This is gonna be fun. Alright. Hang on, something's not right. Something's not the way that it should be. I'll work with that. This works. Whatever. Either way. Yeah, no, time to go back. Cool. Because I still need to get out of here again. Right, okay, because I didn't go here specifically, because I still need to... Because I still need to find the Emma. Unless... Unless I can remember this off the top of my head. Could have sworn that this is that's what that's supposed to be. Yeah. Oh well. I'm probably just gonna have to go back then. Because it's not even like going through combat's too difficult now. I just have to make sure that I keep still avoiding the capsules. Very interesting. To extol the advent of the clan, we bestow upon thee the sacred land and name Heaven's Benediction. Sent forth to the sky a crane, to the earth a serpent, to the spring a tortoise. Pray for the prosperity of our clan. Send forth to the sky a crane, to the earth a serpent, to the spring a tortoise. Crane, serpent, tortoise. Remember how to fight, or at least how to dodge. Yeah, no, it takes too much time. for it. Saw where I could have attacked you. Okay. It's gonna get up in a sec. Crane, tortoise. It's not you. They say crane, tortoise, serpent. Would it be you? But I still didn't find the correct one. Because those just keep repeating. There's multiple of those. Tortoise. Serpent. Does that change each time, or does that change depending on the difficulty? There's still a path to the left. There's still a path to the left that I haven't gone through, and there's still the one to the right. Thankfully, at least going through this one isn't going to be... It shouldn't theoretically be as long, because, like, the things that I want to see, or at least the things that I think, to whomever reads this note, it becomes so easy if you just stop and give up. After all, you are already among the dead. Because most of the stuff that I kind of... that now I want to theorize is like... at least for now, purely in the town. Anything... thank you. Anything purely in the dream, I can't fully... I won't say I can't fully process, but I don't have a full enough picture of the stuff in here yet. That's the lightning. More lightning. And you, the crane. But like, the doll? Where do I go? Here. I can't get through here, can I? Other side? Because, like, it's a very... it's a very non-Japanese doll. For, like, what? When she would have gotten it, she's, like, about 16. It takes place about the mid-1960s. I'll say, like, 1965. So she would have gotten the doll around, like, the 1950s? That's not... I saw something and I thought it was not good. I jumped when I shouldn't have. Did it do that call to try to, like... Mom, Dad, I don't think I'll be home. I just wish I could see you one last time. Mayumi. Were these here last time? Mayumi was the name of the girl who went missing. Yeah, that's the only other time that that name came up. What did I pick up? I picked up tortoise. The tortoise, the crane, and the last one should be the serpent, but where? What does this have to do with a bunch of the other... What does this have to do with a bunch of the other girls that went missing? Or at least the ones that got spirited, that got taken by the fox. Okay, so that can change. I guess that changes depending on the... That might change depending on difficulty. Keep an eye out for whenever there's more writing. So I should be able to just keep going this way. As long as those things can't see me or figure out where I am, then this is fine. Because, like, the doll, at the very least, the doll is, like, at least a good enough entity. To the point where I don't think it's bad to trust it. If anything, I feel like I'd be in more danger if I don't trust it. I should also save. Never picked that up. There we go. I don't know if that changes each time or if it doesn't. Then that should make that a little bit easier to go through. Don't trust the fox mask. She's having a headache again. Where? Right. Tension headaches. These are detention headaches. What is this? Mom, Dad, I apologize from the bottom of my heart. I never made it up to you for being such a horrible daughter. I didn't deserve to have you as my parents. I guess I'm getting what I deserve. That's somebody else who got spirited away. But why did it stop during that?
先ほどの扉は客人を招くためのものだ。だが、こちらの扉は聖域へ入ることを許された者にしか開かれない。
私は入っていいの？
もちろんだとも。君を招くために今日がある。まだ少し歩かねばならないが、しばし休もうか。
大丈夫です。
疲れたらすぐに言いなさい。では行こうか。
Then what attacked her like that?
Hinako, しっかりしろ。返事をしろ。よかった。お前は簡単に死ぬようなやつじゃないよな。
シュウはまだ生きてる。
サクコは無事だよな。一体どうなってんだ。
That's a good question.
街から誰もいなくなってる。これは悪い夢なのか。
どこに行っても化け物しかいない。悪夢以外の何者でもないな。
だとしても幸運だったよ。この世界に残ったのが2人だとして、そのもう一人がお前で嬉しいわ、相棒。
リンコは
俺はあいつに話があるって言われただけで別にその。
リンコは無事なのか。一緒に逃げたんじゃないのか。
He doesn't think about Rinko at all
俺も
that
混乱してたんだよ。
intensely as she thinks about
あ
him.
の時はみんなバラバラに逃げた。俺もリンコの姿は見てない。
こんな状況でリンコはどこへ。
自分の家か。行ってみようぜ、相棒。
シュ
Then he's not even there.
どうした？早く来ないと置いてくぜ。
よし、しっかりしないと。
So,
とにかくリンコを見つけな。サクコ、ごめん。もう行かなきゃ。
I'm gonna spend a little time kind of looking around, definitely a lot more. It's eerie not seeing anyone around. Yeah, this... Because there was a couple of notes that I wanted to double back over. T-Pyretics. Where is it? It would have been... It was one of the ones that I had just picked up. Diary of Revenge. Yes. According to Ebisugoka's oldest historical records, after being decapitated when Yamato no Nochi's head flew far west and fell into the mountain of Higa no Kuni, the hat eventually came back to life as a poisonous water dragon that plagued the water for many years to come. Higa no Kuni is known now as Ebisugoka. There are records of toxic gas leak from the underground water stems in the past. It is highly possible that this is where the legend of poisonous water dragons stem from. So, okay. Where is research notes on Kakura Makakura? The important part. Because I've been racking my brain about this for at least a week now. There exists a moderate, wondrous medicine a Tibetan missionary is said to have brought to Nagasaki during the Tensho era, circa 1580. It was the drug used during meditation by individuals to speak with their inner selves. It is said that through the power of this medicine, individuals become able to delve into their innermost selves. Everyone has an inner you, and inside that inner you is another inner you, and inside that inner you. This endlessly repeating chain was named Kakura Makakura, a term from the old Nagasaki dialect referring to nesting structures. That is what this is. That, I think, is the firmest thing that I have right now. Okay, yeah, because it came back this way. So one, this town isn't real. Or at least in the way that we are experiencing it or seeing it from Hinako's perspective. This town is not real. This is inside her head. Exactly how deep inside her head is a very big question. And that largely comes back to... part of, I guess, like, my reasoning is that it comes back to the other Hinako that is found inside her house. I hear you. So why are you showing up here? Yeah, wait. Huh? Why are you here? Because I'm supposed to go down the main street and keep going this way. Because then that's where Rinko's house is, because she's out by the fields. So why are you here? Got ya. So this town can't be real. It is some type of manifestation inside her own head. Yeah. Suzutani Mayumi. Last seen wearing white blouse, long navy skirt, beige neckerchief, and black polka dots. Details of the disappearance, the rest has been torn off. I'm presuming she got spirited away. Spirited away by the foxes, likely. But this has to be in her head. This is what I think this is. Someone move this truck. Huh? I think this is this is one layer down. I'll say beneath the nightmare. Or it's one layer above. Whatever it is, it's still, we're repeated multiple layers down. I can just go back here again, but that doesn't do anything. Okay, so I can just keep going back. Because there's still the third Hinako. There's still the third Hinako that shows up in her own room, who is different from the one who's different from the one that shows up. Can I get it now? No. It's broken. Why? Is that because of after me picking it up? So much of this got cleared up. Bandages. How? Why? Yeah, no, this is a nightmare town. There's one behind me. It spawned. Whatever. Yeah, no. This is a nightmare town that is within her head. However many layers deep, I don't know. What matters is that it is deep. I'm assuming at least one layer either above or below where the nightmares take place. Wherever the nightmares take place, that is one... I don't even know how to like fully word this because I'm still trying to like iron out a lot of the details. The working theory is that at the very least the one going through everything with Fox Mask is just another version of this. Not necessarily the whole town in and of itself, but it is still her inside of her talking to herself. Like, it's a nesting doll. She's consistently like trapped within herself, while whatever actually happens on the uppermost level is what's occurring at least alongside or in the reality of her being married. I hear you. Whatever the pills are that she gave her, despite his intentions, she's still abusing them to deal with whatever is actually going on with her actual feelings. Was this open before? I don't think it was. The hardest part about this is trying to remember which parts that I do remember experiencing. You're distinct. I don't remember you from before. Where? I hear you. Let me grab this first. Real men drink a Tori beer. Advertising. Yeah, this seems... I don't remember getting access here. No, I did get access here. Why is she stabbing that? Yeah, she's not focused on me at all. This one is, though. I can't also just operate on the assumption that all these dolls are necessarily hostile, or at least hostile in the same way. Hey, there's one of those. That's the movie poster. Why is she attacking? Oh, now you turn around. Hi. Please. That was one of them. That was one of the things I needed for the UFO ending. The mothership has dispatched countless miniature UFOs. These tiny round discs attach themselves to innocent folks' heads and brainwash them to take over their body. Have you noticed any strange objects on the back of your loved ones' heads? The Space War Invasion. She watched this movie when he was young and came up with the Space War games we used to play. I watched it back then too because my dad dragged me to see it. I don't have any memories of that time, but according to my dad, it scared me so much that I couldn't stop crying for days.
これが壊れたらどうする?
So there's another one of these masks here. Shoulder bag. Lightweight and durable. Hi, Effie. So yeah, that's one of that's one of the Space Invasion movie posters. But you have to be up this way. I've been trying to I've been racking my brain around. I want to go this way. As much as I don't want to, I want to go this way. There we go. What was I in the middle of saying? Before I got distracted by the movie poster. Yeah, the Hinako that was in her house. Because that's separate. That is a third Hinako. It's not one that we end up playing as, but it's one that is with inside, presumably this Hinako. And assuming... I hear you. I didn't do that before, but I also didn't go all the way this way before. This shit's gonna break. I'm glad that the play was good. You know what you're aiming for with the alt endings? I know... Yes, vaguely. I don't know the exact requirements, but I do know... I know the first mainline one. There's a reason why you're not seeing any of the pills in my inventory. I do... I'm assuming that I know where the... I'm assuming that I know where the Sacred Sword is. How exactly to acquire it, I'm not exactly sure. How to purify it, I'm 95% sure. The problem is finding the exact things I need to purify it. On top of that, I'm also running around the creepy scarecrow. It's a scarecrow wearing a similar seifuku to you. I wonder. So it leads me this way, but then... Because now I'm going through this and being a lot
あの
more...
化け物もういないよね。
Now I'm going through trying to pick up whatever notes that I can find. I don't remember the last time that I was note hunting like this in a game before. Because I now have, like, enough ideas. I have enough ideas and enough of a general outline that I can't tell... Thank you. I needed that. I have 2. So I'll keep using this, like, a little bit. I have enough of a general outline... Another pill. I have enough of a general outline that I can get a vague idea, but I know that there's also context that I'm just not going to have for a bit until either I get other endings or I get more notes. So right now, all that I heard something over there. I heard it. You're either on the roof or directly around the corner. There you are. And I'm definitely not gonna get any answers about who the kid is until later. Or at least until I find more notes and until I
意識
do...
壊れるな。
I'll repair it. Or at least until I do a couple of other things, likely. I wonder if there's going to be other houses here that are going to be open. Because there's no way.
また道が。
A red capsule right there at another, like, slight inconvenience. And then the light's on this time. I can either chalk that up to just game design or try to interpret that as something. Still feels like the fog's getting heavier. And that one is something with its eye. Perfect. Okay, so these do show up like here. So this is another one. Garden Legend of the Sacred Sword. In the Muromachi period, the Great Famine of Oe had young individuals desperate for quick money, and so they searched for the legendary sword. One story even claims that the sword house was discovered. However, the youth who found it became consumed by the Taira clan's resentment and massacred others for one after another. After that, the sword became known as the Sacred Sword and is thought to be containing the lingering animosity of the defeated Taira soldiers. Was the sword hidden after that? There is not enough information. I must search for the Jesus statues myself. I was able to get in contact with a resident who knows the location of an old Jesus statue. This may be the first clue that will lead me to the sword. That looks like construction, but it's not. That has to be somewhere around here. Bush? Okay, I'll look for a bush and then sandbags. But that would be presumably around here. Or at least it looks similar. Because now these I know that I need to get. I know I need to get the Jizo statues. But that's also only one part of it. And I don't think I'm gonna get all of them in one go.
シュウいるか？
なんだ相棒。
今のこの状況。
Everyone in this has a... Everyone aside from Hinako has a very...
私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
だったら互いの頬をつねり合ってみるか。
いや、自分の頬くらい自分でつねれる。
She says that and then doesn't do it herself.
残念だが夢じゃないみたいだな。
At the very least, it's not your dream, Shu. Because the thing I was just gonna say before that kicked in was that everybody has a very... Everyone aside from Hinako is very lucid. Or transient, like they're not consistently here. Also welcome, Linty. Diary of Revenge. Jumping to the end of the Heian period, the infamous Genpei War wreaked havoc across the country, and defeated warriors from the Taira clan fled to all corners of Japan for sanctuary. Ancient folklore claims that Ebisugoka is one such hidden sanctuary. Few ventured close to this land, for the poisonous gas that rose from the ground was a well-known phenomenon. Why would you live here? This made a perfect hiding place for those shamed warriors. Though this does not come with its own inherent problems, as there are numerous records regarding Ebisugoka's residents suffering from the water dragon's poison. It's only natural then that they would turn to idolization as a device to quell the dragon's anger. However, despite the popularity of the faith at the time, not a hint of its legacy remains today. It just goes to show that even the gods are not exempt from the fickleness of man. They'll turn to idolization as a device to quell the dragon's anger, to reduce the poison that was seeping through the fucking ground. However, despite the popularity of the faith at the time, not a hint of its legacy remains today. I'm gonna need more of those to get... I'm gonna need more... I keep saying it, like, routinely. Like, I keep needing more information, but, like, I do. Because that's not enough for me to get, like, anything really out of. This puts me into the fields. Okay, these aren't key items. That's good, at least. I think that's in the fields. Because before there... That one's drowned. Because before, I didn't really have a reason to go into these fields. Or at least, like, to actually go kind of, like, deep into them. I'm also now constantly looking at the dolls and looking at the different, any instance that I could see of the school outfit. Because at first I thought it was, yeah, kind of like an interesting quirk, because why would the scarecrows have Why would the scarecrows have Seifuku? And, wonder. I think it has to be here. I don't think I ever went here before. There's a note here. Letter to home. I no longer recognize my husband. He gets blackout drunk most days now, and when he's drunk, he turns violent. I don't think I can keep living this way, not with his cruelty day after day after day. Where did the kind man I met when our marriage was being arranged go? My eldest child is only 3 years old, and I have another growing inside of me. Life is too hard to keep living, but I'm forbidden to die. Mom, Dad, I've always done as you asked, no matter what it was. This will be my first and last selfish act. Please forgive me.
ひどすぎる。こんなのあんまりだ。
Was that in the house? I'm also noticing on the dolls, the hairs are different. As in, various aspects of them do remain very similar across one another. But the hair is one thing that's consistently different. Not necessarily all the time, but like that's the only bit of variance that they're kind of, for lack of a better term, allowed. Like, they're kind of robbed of individuality heavily without, like, that one bit. Because that one's hair is incredibly long. Then that one's a little bit shorter. You weren't there before. Scarecrows are staring at her. Like, clearly, like clearly they're not real. Another Inari shrine. Like, clearly they're not real. But, because I keep thinking about the one that, like, there. I have to get there. That's where it is. They're not real, but I keep thinking about, like, the doll, especially that keeps showing up to kind of stare at Hinako. That one's also in a different hairstyle. That one has... yeah. That one had a knot of her hair. Can't go down there. Trying to make sure that I'm, like, not missing any possible houses that I can go through. Also trying to... damn, I guess that was a crit. I keep thinking that she has a little bit more of a magnet on her... I keep thinking she has a bit more of a magnet on her charge attacks. Yeah, the combat isn't. The combat's not. The combat's not like that hard. Or, well, how do I put it? There's definitely an adjustment period, but like once you adjust, it's not. It doesn't fade really. It's not too difficult. It just requires you to be a little bit patient. So I'm a lot more confident in it. The Legend of Sebigoka. Ayakakashi. Long ago, there was a sighting of a scarecrow monster known as Ayakakashi here in Ebisugoka. It appeared one sweltering summer day deep within the crop fields, dancing a most particular of dances, like a ripple of hot air. People warned not to let one's gaze settle for too long upon the bizarre figure or try to get close to Ayakakashi, for it will chase any who do to the ends of the earth before taking their life. Cool. There's just various... A second poster. The Great Space Invasion. Now in brilliant color, the Great Space Invasion experienced terror like never before with the invasion of the body-snatching aliens. You weren't there before, or at least you weren't staring at me before. If... if the UFO ending... More alcohol bottles. If the UFO ending is like... Hinako, your mind is being taken over by aliens. Like... I won't be mad. That's honestly kind of really... It's honestly really funny, if that's where they want to go. But I'll worry about that after I get their actual endings. Here? Another radio. Yokan. That's blocked. And then this is blocked. If I keep going this way, though, that's when I'm gonna get into the... Looking for, like, sandbags. I'm also hearing a lot more noises from the buildings this time. Also, I thought the
Come on.
I thought the space alien stuff would be a little bit more spread out. Beans and toast do not have chemistry. What was that sound? Or at least that musical stinger. There was a scarecrow just here. Okay, so some of them have to be moving. I should have kept track of that a little bit more. Is it... Only one bandage. This is like a little bit of a scavenger hunt, but like that's exactly what it was supposed to be. Rest well, Effie. Where the hell? This thing's so foggy, it's so hard to see. Because there's something standing on the left of it. Something standing under like some type of awning, and then there's like sandbags. Another Inari shrine. Would that be it? That could be it. I think that's it. The fog lightens. The fog lightens around Sakugo Shrine, but also after went around a Tori. Yeah, the string of the Tori. Is there anything new here? Rusted flask. This was not here before. An antique portable thermos bottle. A glass container inside is broken, so it is no longer usable. Antique comb. That thermos was not here before. Not here. It's a key item. Curious. Is there a light in there? There is. What? What? I don't think that was on my first run at all. But definitely neither was the thermos. So I'm definitely doing something right, I'll say. When did you get here? Shoo. What are you?
おい相棒、リンコの家はそっちじゃないぜ。
ごめん、ぼんやりしてた。
ここサクコの家の神社だよな。
うん。
あんまり思い詰めるな。急いでリンコを探そう。
そうだな。行こう。
Why would I not think about it? I also don't know if that only happens before? Like, I don't know if that only happens... If that cutscene only happens if you get there before, or if that's because I'm on New Game. Because the only other time that I went there was after we picked up Brinko. This is definitely it. Oh, I only have 2 weapons. So that means that the Jizo should be... here. Wait, I offered the flask? I found a damaged Jizo in the mountains. The character Mizu can be faintly seen etched in the stone at the base. I wonder what'll happen if I offer something that relates to that character. Is this Sakuko's family shrine? My ears were met with the soothing chimes of bells upon offering the item. This should do. So it was right. Okay, so that means that the offerings are unique for each one. So then, what? The treasure hunt mentioned in the boy's diary. So then how do I keep finding more of those keys? No, I just have more questions. Something's at least looking at me or looking in this direction. There you are. Swing. I can use this, it's fine. Oh, now that's at full.
Nani?
No. I don't remember that. Wait, then how do I get through? Oh, because I have to go back. Wait, then still, what was that thing, though? Not perfect parrying dolls. You're just hitting them at the right time. You're hitting them their invulnerability window. Like, there's also still a bunch of stuff when it comes to... This fog is so heavy. Like, I'm trying to figure out more when it at least comes to attention headaches. Like... what exactly is going on with the capsules? What exactly... I don't want to nebulously say just like what happened. Because the answer is clearly a lot. More chocolate. I forgot what chocolate restored. Also, am I really... how am I almost full on items again? Oh, because Kutsu takes up one entire slot on its own. Okay. And I have a dried carcass and a antique comb. Alright, that makes sense.
持ち悪い。
ひなこか。この気持ち悪いのには触るなよ。毒があるかもしれない。右の庭から回ってこっちに来い。
わかった。
He is the one speaking to me there. He's calling, but it's not like he actually is like dealing with them.
Come on.
What do I do? Now I'm overflowing so much I have to keep making sure that I can, like, get rid of what I have. Do I have... No, I don't think there's a shrine here. Okay, so we're gonna be a little wasteful. She's also steadily still losing sanity. Rest well. Now I think I can fight this thing perfectly fine.
ひなこ、どうした？
でかい化け物が出た。
こっちまで行けないんだ。蔵に逃げ込め。俺は窓をこじ開ける。
Wait. Chocolate restores sanity. He said that he would open up the window? Try to use more items. No, only if I get into the storehouse. I was slow. Swing. Easy. But it still has
もうじき壊れるな。
that aura stuff. Whatever. Worry about it later. Come on.
まだだ。もっと回さないと。
The doll still spawns regardless. And he's getting up. Yeah, no, okay, he won't die. Just outright, he won't die. Can I bait him over here? Three pipes, perfect. Come on, come on, come on.
Yes.
Now I just need to run past him again. Is there anything that I can put up here? Oh, I mean, eh? Interesting. So even if I do fight him and kill him there, it's only temporary.
だだ。急げ。
Come on, I still took a hit through that.
なんとかな。
よかった。純子さんに頼まれたんだ。何があってもお前を守れってな。
お姉ちゃんが？
ずいぶん前の話さ。さあ行こうぜ。
A while ago.
行こう。
And there's still a pill right there. He runs ahead so much. Whatever. This was the path that was blocked off. Why does he interpret that as poisonous? Inari sushi. More value than the ramune. A line of scarecrows looking at me. All in Seifuku. More alcohol bottles, more radios. Like, the scarecrows have to be stand-in for kids. Like, at least the ones at school. I also have an Emma that I can use. More sanity, because God, I need it. Finding so many more bandages. Like, the first time through, I desperately kind of needed all of the, every capsule that I can get, but especially now having been a lot better at the actual combat, I'm kind of overstocking on healing items. I'm most certainly not going to complain about it, but it is definitely... it's noticeable, I'll say.
ここで遊んだのいつの頃だっけな。
懐かしいね、ここ。幼い頃、この辺りで迷ってワンワン泣いた記憶がある。
お前が泣くとこが想像できないぜ。
もうずいぶん長いこと泣いた記憶がない。
お前は何でも我慢して心に溜め込む悪い癖があるからな。
You don't say.
春にはメダカやオタマジャクシ捕まえたっけ。水が気持ちよかったな。ほら。田んぼで遊んで泥だらけになって怒られたこともあったっけ。
こんな状況なのに懐かしい思い出ばかり思い出す。
今ではどれも懐かしいな。辛くなったらいつでも泣けよ。俺が絶対に相談に乗ってやるからな。
ありがとう、相棒。
よし、行こうぜ。霧が深いな。リンコのやつ無事だといいんだが。
棒？
There's no way that Shu doesn't mean well. Also, hi again. You're watching over me. Presumably, at least some type of, like, representation of an inner you. Are? Oh, a sickle. Who are you? Why do you always have to be different than everyone else? Freak. The one that was different than everybody else. Smile, no smile. Smile. That one looks like Renko. Face down. I was trying to remember which one it was. No smile, no smile, no smile. That one has a smile. That one also has a smile. Right now, this one's my bat. And I was wrong. I still don't think I properly understand this one. It's a game of spot the difference, but I can't tell. I think you. There's one that is getting closer to me. I hear it. That one. Head down. There we go. I was right. And it's still moving. Child drowns in a waterway. On the evening of the 7th, a 5-year-old girl fell into the waterway of a rice field and subsequently drowned to death. Authorities believe she accidentally fell in while playing. That can't be true. It's nice that the wind is pointing me in the right direction at the very least. Who are you? Honestly, you're helpless without me.
かしい
That one's also slightly different. Come on. I'm gonna use like one Higashi then. You'd be helpless without me. That one's still following me. The fact the footsteps are so loud is insane. You'd be helpless without me. You'd be helpless without me. You're an asshole. Who are you? Honestly, you're helpless without me. Do it. I'm just tired of dealing with you. Wrong. You're helpless without me. I think every other puzzle I've managed to figure out, like, better. This is the only one where I'm like, I'm definitely... kind of just blindly swinging. Wait, where even? Almost brute forced all of it. So it'd be... No, not you. Because you already attacked me. And also not you. So you. No. I do not know how I'm supposed to deduce this one. Because the other one also wasn't even that bad. It's not you, not you, not you. Was it you? To the children at Bisugoka, good kids don't play near waterways. Be especially careful when there's been a lot of rain because of water levels will rise. Good kids don't play in crop fields. Watch out for the reservoirs and ponds because they're dangerous too. What's all this about water? No, that's also relevant though. Because that was also the water offering was also what I needed to give the Jizel. Wind's still blowing in this direction. Who are you? I'll be your friend, otherwise you'd be so miserable alone. Who are you? Why do you always have to be different than everyone else? Freak. Who are you? Honestly, you're helpless without me. Who are you? I'll be your friend, otherwise you'd be so miserable alone. That was a really good hit. I have like... Unfortunately, back in these rice fields. Wait. That's white. That's blue. Wait, they have different ties. Yellow. Yellow. Red. Wait. There is a small difference between each one. That's what I should have been looking for. I wasn't looking at the tie. For some reason, that never clicked for me. Around 6 p.m., the girl's family discovered her floating face down in the waterway after being carried 2 kilometers downstream from where she initially fell in. She was transported to a nearby hospital where she was pronounced dead on arrival. Multiple accidents have occurred due to this waterway in the past, but a single prevention measure has yet to be put in place. It's not the waterway. Somebody was drowning them. Kids don't just happen to drown in waterways because they're playing by them. Like, even if the water does go up, it's not... Another bandage. You've got to be kidding me. I am so low on sanity. Here, I'll take one of these then. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay, none change position. Who are you? Tell me truly. You two aren't anything more than friends, right? I've always been watching you when you weren't looking, you know. You two aren't anything more than friends, right? I'm always watching when you two aren't looking, you know. So not you. So then it would be you. Presumptively. No. So then you? No. I'm smart about various other things. Solving certain puzzles is not one of them. What am I missing here? Tell me truly, you two aren't anything more than friends, right? I've always been watching you when you weren't looking, you know.
これが壊れたらどうする？
I am starting to actually run low of weapons though. So that can't be you. What about you? I didn't hear her sneaking up on me at all. So then that also answers my question. So then if it's about these two, then... No. It is you. Child drowns in waterway. Parents and guardians. When children are lost and begin to panic, they become less able to pay attention to their surroundings. There have been numerous reports of children running around areas that they are not familiar with and falling into waterways and reservoirs and drowning. If you come across a lost child, please offer your help to them. That doesn't... Logically, that doesn't even make sense. Nothing there. This way. You're just watching me? Because she's not taking, like, any steps. Another one. Who are you? You. Yes, you. What do you mean, who am I? There's one in the far distance that... Ooh, two in the far distance that way. Yeah, I'll keep them in mind. Who are you? Yes, you. My guess would be this one. Can you not? Hate. Because my assumption on this one is the one that looks like Rinko. Not Rinko. The one that looks like Kanako. In which case it would be that far one. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you gating on me? You are. You certainly are. You can stay over there. I was right. This evening, the lifeless body of Shimizu Hinako was found in a crop field waterway after she was presumably drowned to death. It is suspected that she panicked after losing her way and began running around in the dark. This is likely when she stumbled and fell into the waterway. Okay, so this isn't literal. The name of the actual child who tragically died has been replaced with cut-out letters of my name. What a disgusting prank. Yeah, this is her getting bullied in school.
Oi! Hinako!
あれさっきのは
早く来いよ。
シュウが待ってる。行かなきゃ。
Okay, so that one wasn't even real. Okay, so then what happens here?
ひなこ、
リンコは
読んでみよう。リンコ、俺だ。シュウだ。いるなら返事してくれ。
来てくれたんだ。ひなこも無事でよかった。
怪我はないか。
So that pretty deflatedly.
私は大丈夫。でも誰もいないの。足の悪いおばあちゃんまでいないなんて、こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし、気味の悪い怪物がうろつき回ってるし、何が何だかわからないよ。
Awkward. That would also explain why the doll keeps showing up. This is entirely internalized.
みんなは助けを呼ぶためにも今は行動を急いだ方がいいかもしれない。
みんなを見捨てるわけじゃない。助けるためにも一度脱出する必要があるんだ。
でも街を出るって言ってもあれじゃ無理だよ。
無理ってどういう意味だ。
そっちの窓から鉄橋が見えるよ。霧が濃くなければ。
嘘だろ。
Her room's filled with dolls.
どうしよう。
東の鉄橋がダメなら西の県道を目指そう。
シュウの家の裏山を抜けるのか。あの山越えられるの。
わさび田への道がある。うちだけの抜け道だ。リンコ、念のため薬や絆創膏を持っていきたい。
台所に救急箱あるよ。取ってくるね。あ、私も一緒に行こう。手伝う。
相棒が一緒なら安心だ。
台所どこだっけ。
There's rot in the house. So this is after the thing pushed her down. Trust me, I know where he is. At least now I get to actually get my Naginata. I have to remember to look up, because that's how I kept getting ambushed. I could just open this. A perspective of Hirogami. It is the core tenet of Shintoism that each land throughout all Japan is protected by its own deities. From this, people pray to God so that they and their land may be blessed. In turn, their belief strengthens the god and gives them the ability to better protect the land in beneficial cycle of reciprocation. Thus, the bond between humans and gods is vital to the prosperity of both. If the underlying strength of this bond can indeed be explained through mortal blood, then the reason for the gods joining themselves in sacred matrimony to mortals who call their land home becomes evident. Perhaps it is through the addition of their blood that the bond between mortal and god is strengthened. This is talking about a wedding between a god and a mortal. If the underlying strength of this bond can indeed be explained through mortal blood, then the reason for the gods joining themselves in sacred matrimony to mortals who called their land home becomes evident. Perhaps it is through the addition of their blood that the bond between mortal and god is strengthened. He's doing this just to get stronger himself. Thank you for stopping by, Moro. So that explains his entire... Yeah, there's his reason. A hand. These are all of the other ones who were spirited away. Parts of them that were... Embroidered drawstring bag. This embroidered drawstring bag is very high quality. Oh, that was all the items that increased my inventory. From the fabric of the pattern, so be careful not to get it dirty when storing your belongings. Yeah, so now I'm at max. Mandate of the clan. Drain from the sacrifice her blood, sparing not a drop, and add onto it wine that has been distilled 8 times over. Spare her body for its earthly viscera, and spare her body of its earthly viscera, and fill it instead with rice that has been mixed with the master's saliva before sealing it shut with needle and thread. In the dark shall the vessel rest undisturbed until the redolent odor of wine rises from her skin. Adorn her in fine garments befitting a bride, then set her afloat on a raft of straw so her blood wine may seep into the water's surface. Do this, and in the depths she shall sink, quelling the wrath that awaits below. Is this what the Tyra clan was doing as an offering? Spare her body of its earthly viscera and fill it instead with rice that has been mixed with the master's saliva before sealing it shut with needle and thread. In the dark shall the vessel sit undisturbed until the redolent odor of wine rises from her skin. Adorn her in fine garments befitting a bride, then set her afloat on a raft of strings so her blood wine may seep into the water's surface. Yamato no Orochi. This just feeds into women having no property over their own body, be it from the gods or be it from other men. If there is something that one can gain from using women like that, then they proceed to continue to do so. Either the gods spiriting them away for their own desire to become stronger, or, in the case of the Taira clan, with the expectation that their sacrifice will ease the poison filling their lungs, I guess. Yeah, because this all just leads back to... That's why so many of these are foxes. Is that a stage? Right, because I need to do the thing where... Yokon that I can't carry. It's better than a bandage. I have too many. They're valuable relics hidden away. Last girl slipped in while I wasn't looking. It took a long time to find her. Yeah, so I still need a thing from storage. Or wherever that other storage is. Because until I get that, I can't go through there. Nothing. Because without that, I can't get through there, and because if I can't get through there, then I don't get my Naginata, and then that's also not progress. Yeah, so right now I need to sneak into... I think it's the room in the bottom right. Which means I go left. Because there should be a way to slip in.
く行かなきゃ。
Yep, because this is open. So much artifacts. Divine water. Empty. Oh, I guess not anything here. Because my memory is shot, I guess. No, because I get in here and then that's how I can tell that there's like something there. But I can't get directly in there just yet. I'm also constantly looking up because I do not know when or where the enemies spawn. That one won't open because I know they can't open until... Because I still need a piece, but I can't get that piece until I get it from in here. Won't open without a key. Where do I get the key? I forgot. I could have sworn I picked it up from the... I could have sworn not here, but like this is where I... Because I need to get in there for the key item that I need. There's no item here that I can use or pick up. Is that a stage?
Come on.
I have water next to me. I actually have tea, so thank you. Is that a stage? Thank you. I guess I have to go through there, like, all the way? Because I guess it won't do something until I see it. Or until I see the Naginata, I guess. Oh, no, never mind. I am just not... I didn't process that key being there at all. Shriveled Abura Age. Abura Age. But that's not the one that I need. Still too short. Sandy is fine. Okay, so I got the key that I needed. So I need to go right and then go straight down. Hi. I also have ad starting in a minute, but I can probably still make it to the... I can probably make it to where I need to be. Okay, so now those things are going to start being annoying. That's the storage room key. Should be something vital in here. Don't believe the fox's word. Stay away from the western room. She's trying... The doll is trying to help. That's why there's a fox mask here. Stay away from the western room. Okay. I'm gonna take the sec. Because I need to stand up and stretch. Because the next session, the next section's also the school, which is the big thing that I really wanted to go back to. Unbeatable has been so... It is taking up so much free real estate in my brain that even during this, like, I'm still humming other songs. I'm still humming songs from Unbeatable. Like, this game has infected me. Even through all of like the off-stream thinking and like planning, like I read a bit of my what is it, Modern History of Japan by Andrew Gordon, 3rd edition, like partly in anticipation for this stream to get like a better kind of like, I'll say, cultural context for 1960s Japan. And even during that, even when I was trying to come up with like ideas and stuff, I was still thinking of Unbeatable and listening to music. Like, I almost wish I wasn't like this obsessed with that. Almost. But it is a pretty fun ride when I'm like, when I'm like this invested in something, and like I'm not gonna regret it. Okay. She said stay away from the west room. So directly across, then right. That's why their faces are ripped off. And going back a couple generations. So what? 60s. 60s. 50s. 40s. 30s. Pre, post. All right. They're Nari sculpture. don't trust him. Yeah, and Adal's right. Adal is dead right. Run out left. Left, then right, then left. Then right. Left. Then right. Hi. Ow. Then left. Then in here. Then right. And through here. I forgot how fast they were. They're... Alright. Like, these things are fast. They catch up to you in split second. It's a gift from them. The weapon is nothing more than a gift. Neither of them have durability. This must be special. Many alternative theories exist about the origin of the name Inadama. One such theory suggests that a man commissioned the blade, then gifted it to Oiina, who was to be his Zuma, meaning wife, upon their wedding. Yeah, it's a wedding gift. Another theory states that due to Inazuma also meaning beautiful, bountiful harvest, the name was meant to represent the family's wish for continued prosperity for generations to come. For generations to come. Implying children. Good thing I can donate whatever extra that I have, at least for a good number of them. Bandages and toolkits can't. Yep, because I need to put something in there.
Sakuko?
I have to keep remembering to look up. Oh, right, I have to remember the path here. Bandage, thank you. Calligraphy. Dried carcass. More divine water. That was the one I was specifically careful about too, because I remember that one getting me. You sped up the second that you caught a whiff of me. And this is when these enemies show up. The ones where Hinako's pondering if they were brought into this existence either to never leave or their legs were permanently altered so that they could never leave.
書庫こんなところに
After she was given her wedding gift. That's one leaning out of there. I hear you. I also didn't find another... I didn't find another unique Inari box. At least not yet. What does that sound? Oh, it would have been... Okay, it would have been one of the ones on the outside. That's why they... Not enough to honorable blood. Fill it up. Make it full. Otherwise. That has to be stuff from Taira. Family physician. The patient's conditions declining suddenly and rapidly. Symptoms are as follows. Labored breathing, cognitive impairment, quadriplegia, involuntary movements. In addition to these, and even stranger symptoms has arisen. The patient's facial features appear to be deforming. The patient's faces remain stuck in expressions of constant strain, their teeth bare, their eyes narrowed into a menacing glare. What is that? Rituals held the Igarashi clan last descendants. So then a large part of this is tied to... Okay, so then a large part of this section, at least specifically, is tied to the religious aspect of everything. Why was this bookshelf torn down? Why did it fall over? Right carcass. Another pill. Hi. Functionally, it might be... I did not realize how much divine water actually filled up. I don't want to say it's functionally... I was gonna say something a bit akin of like... Uh-oh. That's also why the building looks like this. Yeah, so then if it's... So if this one is the one that's much more focused on religion, or at least belief, then it makes sense why Sakura would be... Why Sakuko would be the boss here. There's a really oh my god. There's a really interesting like undercurrent. Ooh. I don't want to necessarily say undercurrent because that like implies that it's not necessarily as important when it very much feels that way. But like the push and pull, especially between the push and pull between tradition and modern quote-unquote influence and like that type of balance, especially when it comes to because what, it would have been 1960s Japan. It would have been a little over 10 years after the end of World War II, which would have also been the God, I was literally just reading about it. Why can't I remember like the actual name? It would have been a little bit after the Japanese occupation by the US. Which is where quote-unquote a bunch of the quote-unquote modern stuff comes from. It's, like the influences from there, which is why it's very notable. Which is why it's so notable that Hinako would have a much more Western doll, especially in comparison to a lot of the very traditional Japanese dolls that, for example, Rinko has. There's significance in that. Because also, it would have been after a it would have been after a, oh. It would have been after World War II. It would have been after World War II, which also would have implied, no. Yes. It would have been after World War II, which also would have implied, a lot of things. Like, there's a lot of... To say that Japan was a tumultuous time after World War II, and especially after the US occupation, it would be putting it lightly. So it's the numerous kind of cultural... Another tension headache. Get through here. Crying to, oh my god. Crying dolls, oh my god. It took a lot after the much more traditional Japanese dolls. I'm like trying to put together so many things. I'm trying to piece together so many disparate ideas at the same time. That's why like there's an undercurrent of like tradition and quote unquote modernization. turns out post-war Japan, especially in the 1960s, there's a lot of change that was going on both societally and culturally. Because even during like this time, there were a bunch of people that were moving into cities, even after like all the bombing and such. But even still, this takes place in a town that's in the countryside. But even the town in the countryside can't, I want to say, avoid like different modernization things. Like that, a bunch of those magazines are so like, no, poppy and trendy. But even then, they're still reinforcing like those very traditional gendered ideas. The magazine is modern in the fact of it being a magazine, but it is still very, I don't want to say regressive, but traditional in the values that it kind of pushes forward. I'm still trying to figure out why she calls her that. I remember. I can't let her do this. I wonder if he'll only teleport places that I'm not looking. No, I just got lucky. That was quick. No, 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 no.
何を言ってるかわからないよ。
Is that why she did it? Healed my command as law.
つきものの分際でここへ踏み入ろうとおるかな。
今のは
君についてきた汚れだろう。もう失せた。安心していい。
He wiped away her problem. She didn't actually deal with that.
属性に生きる以上、汚れがつくことは仕方がない。払えばいいだけのことだ。行こう。 この先は神聖な領域だ。私も君も汚れは持ち込めない。ここで汚れを落とす。さあ、君も。
はい。
Despite what the doll says, there isn't any option to reject the fox, is there? Mechanically, no. At least not until... Not until I presume a few of the endings. Whatever impurities she has, they're on the inside. her sleeve is still
ひな
wrapped.
こおいしっかりしろ
ドジだね。あんた階段から落ちたんだよ。
腕どうした
あれ、引っ掛けて破いちゃったのかな。
特にあざはないみたいだな痛むところはないか
うん、大丈夫。それはよかった。
You don't see the rotten house anymore either. At least you don't see it on the stairs.
どうした
行こう。時間を無駄にした。
よし行こう
私をちゃんと守ってよ。私、ひなこみたいに強くないんだから。
分かってる俺から離れるな
うん
目指すは俺の家だ裏道から山を越え県道に出よう
Back road, then mountain, then
俺が
highway.
先頭を行く相棒はしんがり棒
分かった。私はシュウ君の後ろにいるね。真ん中なら安心だし。しんがりは引き受けた。
Is there anything new that I can pick up here? Aside from bandages. So now I'm definitely like way too overflowing on items and such. I could probably start actually consistently donating like the yokons and such. And presumably I'll be fine. Oof. I don't need more omamori. I need to donate stuff, or else I'm gonna keep overflowing on items. I'll donate that and also donate the yokons, because I don't need them. I'm getting a really steady supply of bandages that I can keep stockpiling. Also not noticing any of the scarecrows. Another Inari statue.
ひなここっちだ大丈夫か相棒化け物につけられてないか
問題ない。シュウ君っていつまでひなこのこと相棒って呼ぶの？相棒なんて呼び方、小学生の男子みたい。
相棒は相棒さ俺は相棒を女扱いしてない
そうだな。された覚えもない。
立ち話は終わりだ行くぞ
Still not enough new info for me to go on. Like, I just have... Okay, yeah, because that's there. There's that. So then I cut through the town again to head through to Shu's place. But then there's also... Okay, so I have a vague idea of where the last... Wait, this is actually the important chapter that I wanted to get to. Hi. Bye. What is this? It's all fleshy. But I still can't parse exactly what it is.
相棒、妙な化け物が増えてる気がしないか？
お前の宇宙戦争だって妙な宇宙人がどんどん増えてっただろうが。
ひなこってシュウ君と話すときは男の子みたいな喋り方だよね。
昔の癖が今も抜けないからかな。
俺たちは幼い頃からの付き合いだからな。
ふん。だから男女の関係にはならなかったってわけ。
今はそんな話をしてる時じゃないぞ。行こう。
I think her issue, or at least the problem that Hinako's running into, or ran into, I'll say. Oh, just a sickle. Well, just a sickle is all I need. I think the issue that Hinako ran into, at least when it's coming to Shio, is the fact that she does like him. She does like him because of the fact that he doesn't treat her specifically as a girl. He doesn't place those expectations on her. But she still kind of wishes that she could at least, like, be with him as a possibility. But because he doesn't treat her like a girl, that's preventing him from seeing her in that capacity. So, like, no matter... So even the thing that she wants, she can't get because of... unfortunately, expectations. Those placed upon her and on Shu. And I'm starting to theorize that the reason why Sakuko called her a traitor might be because of the whole arranged marriage stuff. Of not wanting to be in the town and having an... because that is her way out.
相棒、こっちだ。
What is that thing that's constantly... There's something that's constantly putting the lights on.
何あれ。
やだ、気持ち悪い。
あいつらまさかあの気持ち悪いので街を飲み込む気なのか。
化け物が多すぎる。
迂回しよう。街を突っ切るのは危険すぎる。
私たちの千鶴や、どうしてこんな。
They're all over their hangout spot.
そこから山道を登ろう。だいぶ遠回りになるが街は避けられる。よし、行こう。
タバコ。I see you. So do you. Still nothing here. I think the only... I'm only gonna see new stuff either probably around here or
新しい武器を見つけなきゃ。
in that last section. Because I'm also trying to deduce where... I'm trying to deduce where the last, God, why am I forgetting the name? Where the last space alien poster would be. Because I know I need to find 3, and then I need to find the broadcast. Hey, the truck got knocked over. Might be through here? Yeah. Girl drowned in the river. Like, the fact that there's various dolls in different situations like this, like, I can't see them as only the bad guys. Like, they have to... Hate you. They have to symbolize and represent the other women in this town. Like, some might be trying to kill me, yes, but like... Ooh. That doesn't stop them from being victims either. Ramune. This place looks too significant. Or I guess it just gives me like a small little pocket to investigate, at least for right now. Until I get closer to the school. Also, the candy is a big thing as to why I keep thinking that this is very internal. Like, there's a very childlike. There's a very childlike aspect to like almost all of the items that you can use to heal. The only one that gets like the most quote-unquote adult is are the pills themselves. Whatever the pills are quote-unquote supposed to represent doesn't matter. She's popping them like you would expect an American to. And that's not something that a kid would do. A kid obsessed with eating chocolate bars and small candies and drinking Ramune. There's the second one! Inconceivable. Is there a secret invasion of body snatching aliens? There may be, oh, they may already be among your loved ones. Since this was the inspiration of Space Wars, I was thinking that that'd be an exciting story. Apparently, that only applies to the last scene, with the rest of it being just being a sci-fi movie. She didn't like that when he was younger. She didn't like that when he was younger, and so it was his dream to fight back with his own space army. That's one of the things I like most. That's one of the things I like about Chio. He doesn't let reality hold him back. Trying to remember what the other requirements were. I think I have to listen to broadcasts, but I don't know. I don't know what causes this broadcast either to show up or where they would be. But that is one requirement done. That's all 3 posters. She's persistently trying to run further and further away from us. Or at least from Hinako. More pots keep breaking. But like, why? I hear that thing. No. Get that out of here. Don't do drugs. Instead, I was gonna say drink a lot of candy. Well, technically candy soda, but like... eat candy instead. Enjoy candy. How did you... when did you break this down? I hate that thing, and I hate that it whines like a dog. Sickle's still fine for like a little bit. Anti-comb. Like... Because, like, one thing that I've been, like, consistently thinking about, especially as, like... Because it's doing... it's balancing between... It's balancing between, like, traditional and modernization stuff. But the save point is still a shrine. It's still a shrine. You're praying to it. Like, faith is still helping you. Tangibly helping you. Step back, girls. This calls for a real Showa man. The hot-blooded baseball samurai steps up to the plate. Yeah, because a girl is supposed to be protected.
晴れの日ってね、非日常の日って意味なの。特別ないい日だけを指すわけじゃないんだよ。それでね、今日はその晴れが過ぎるの。気をつけてね、きなこ。
咲子。
That was Sakuka? Are there any more? Bad. I see I am not wanted here, and I can't go down that way. And I really should not go down that way, especially not now. Okay, that breaks next swing. Not the dog, but I have at least one of the conditions for UFO ending already finished. So welcome, Saidaku. Please. It's still here. Okay. I had 7 bandages. It's like a right, and then I head up, then... I want to make sure that I don't miss anything that I want. Yeah, that light means progress. Behind me. There's an Emma here, as well as still the pills, which I'm going to avoid. Gross. Don't need to kill it, I just need to slow it down, just enough to get by. The Emma's at least worth getting. Like, that's why the entire upgrade system is still centered around offerings. Like, all tradition inherently is not bad. But at the same time, the gods, at least the one that hopefully I'm praying to, isn't as expecting and I'll say demanding as Fox Mask is.
嘘ついてるよね。
知らねえよ。
騙せてると思う？ひなこを。
ひなこ、遅かったな。心配したぜ。
心配してなかったよ。相棒なら絶対に大丈夫って言ってた。
そうか。ありがとう。
And then head towards the school. Hey. More like this way, so that's progress, unfortunately. Also, this enemy showed up more when Shu's taking much more of a, much more of a present role, at least when it comes to stuff going on right now. The difference between Shu and other guys. There has to be another diary, at least somewhere. I'm gonna assume it's somewhere by the school, or at least in the school. Okay. Ooh, new one. Where is that? That's between a bunch of trees and a pallet and an Inari shrine. Whoops, I didn't read that. Also adds at about 30 seconds. There were a number of damaged Jizo statues and halls of the divine tree. I saw old and broken tools laid in front of the statues, most likely so that they could be put to rest. The sacred sword came far before the Inari faith. As such, Jizo statues are more likely than Inari statues to be used as anchors for sealing the sword. It seems like I'll need to look into the benefits that are older, into beliefs that are older than the Inari faith to find the sacred sword. So, if this is how I can get the sword, how do I still purify it? Because I can't do that on my own. Does me and count my viewership? I don't know why it does that. That's not good. I'm surrounded. Two. Not good. I see that in a sec. like right at the start of that. This one is still near. What's all in Inari though? Sakuko's family. Sakuko's family is inherently, is deeply tied to the older, religious beliefs, especially of this town. But only after, oh my god. After something happened at the older shrine, presumably when lightning struck the sacred tree, that's when a lot of people stopped going to Sakuko's family shrine. It's gonna suck. I'm almost out of one of these. So it would be Sakuko's family's older shrine. The one that is up in the mountains. Past here. Because Shu's house is here. The old Sakuko, like, family shrine is somewhere around this way. So I just need to find my way there. Presumably. But by the time I get there, it would still only be 4 of the... I would only have 4 of the 5 Jesus statues. Is there a solution to botting issues? They're having people pay lots of a severe ship to be a top category. That's a pretty bad situation. Harm smaller streamer, which is a majority at Twitch. Yeah. I don't know what... this way. Not sure, like, what the qualifications necessarily are. Because, like, there's nothing inherently wrong with people just kind of, like, there's nothing wrong with lurking. Am I close to it? I am. There's nothing wrong with lurking, and if anything, I honestly think most of the viewership on Twitch is lurkers. So it's like, why? Cool. Like, don't make me have to constantly ping in a chat just because I want to listen to something. Lurkers are just as valuable as other viewers as well. I almost can read that. My kanji is so bad. Another radio. It's far from Noble Festival. Isn't it a bit early? Huh? An evil warding lantern. A type of revolving lantern that has a long history in Ebisu-Goka. The picture silhouette rotates inside the lantern due to the air current that the candle makes. Normally, revolving lanterns are for entertainment, but the ones in Ebisu-Goka are specifically used to ward off evil. In Ebisu-Goka, there's a custom where women in unlucky ages hang out in front of the door during Oban. Women in unlucky ages? What type of unlucky ages? Because it's in, not at, not... Oh, well, oh, wait, the thing I need to find is here. Wait, but I didn't find what I need to put here. Four or nine. The character etched into stone base is indecipherable. Okay. Yeah, because like also hell.
前の台風で崩落して
Because like
こんなことになって
it wouldn't necessarily just be 4 or 9s.
武器が壊れかけてる
Because they might be talking about
Oh,
eras,
let's take him
like
up
the Taisho Showa era. That doesn't make it... But what qualifies an unlucky era for women? Because honestly, at that point, it should just always be up and out.
やめてくれ。そんな話今はしたくない。
やめないよ。シュウ君がしっかりと現実を見るまでやめない。
だからやめてくれ。俺は
なら言ってあげる。ひな子はね、死んだんだよ。ひな子は向こうの世界で楽しくやっているんだから。
相棒、遅かったな。さあ行こうぜ。
What does she mean, dad? Because she's not speaking literally. She can't be speaking literally. Okay, I think I'm fine as long as I do not enter the school.
昔はシュウとこの辺で道草食ってた
Those dolls, the ones that keep showing up like that, are meant to represent Hinako and somebody else. This is a memory of Hinako and Shu being here and hanging out together. Broken Japanese Geita sandals. Beautiful decorated Japanese style slippers. Whoever wore them did so for a long time, but now cracked beyond repair. But there's blood? Why is the left one cracked and covered in blood? And I have to go back over there anyway, because I can't go into the school yet. I also don't think that lantern was here last time either. like impact cleave. If it is an impact, then why was it on the... Like, the blood is where the foot would be. And usually it hits somebody with the underside of it, not the top half of it. My ears were met with the soothing chime of bells upon offering the item. This should do. Interesting. That makes me deathly curious what that one's supposed to be. Also, why would there be bloody sandals here? Oh. Because that's not a modern Japanese school. And those aren't there anymore. A girl was found dead floating down the waterway. She left her sandals. Mizu. Water. Hang on. Mizu. Earth. Those are the elements. No, so then that one would have been wood. Bad stepping injury to foot. I don't think it was caused just by a stab. Okay, so that's three of the 5 elements then. So there's still 2 more missing.
鍵がかかってる。昔はなかったのに。
鍵は学校にあるはずだ。
ちょっと休憩しようよ。もうダメ。しばらく休ませて。
相棒も疲れただろう。休んでてくれ。俺は鍵を探してくる。
わかった。
え、シュウ君が一緒じゃないと嫌だよ。心細いよ。お願い、一緒にいて。ね。
別に俺が
She's
一緒
really
じゃな
hamming
く
it
相
up.
棒も少し休め。鍵は私が探す。
そうだよ。シュウ君はずっと戦闘で頑張ってたんだから。後からついてくるだけだったヒナコの方が余裕あるって。
おい、そんな言い方をするなよ。
私は気にしない。二人とも休んでてくれ。行ってくる。
She's like, Rinko's hardly ever looking either at or even in Hinako's direction. Like, whenever she's saying anything. These children's drawings. Someone got run over by a car. Here? There's no road space aside from like the main paths in town. More purposely
卒業以来だな。
looking away and in another direction. Hi, fucker. 2 windows bleeding, 1 window bleeding, 2 windows bleeding. I've been like constantly thinking about these children's drawings because they stand out so distinctly. There hasn't been any, I don't want to say justification, but there's not like, the youngest character in the game is Sakuka. But like, even she doesn't draw like a middle schooler. But the only one who would be close to that in age would have been Hinako with her doll.
学校創立より古いとか、ダム建設で一山当てた成金がわざわざここに学校を建てたって聞いたことがある。
Dried carcass.
ってお供え物？
Very, very, very patiently poring over different things. River spirit must be past. Right now, the only spirit that has any... The only spirit that has any type of, like, power or connection to it here, because of the dam construction. The rich man stuff. Hang on. I'm, like, constantly getting distracted. Up the mountain, the string of torii gates. But then that torii, that one's from the nightmare. One's a girl and the other one has their face ripped off. Red torii gates. Why are the red torii gates associated with... School founder anecdote. When Mr. Yonenda was 20 years old, he came across an injured fox. Being the good teacher he is, he attended to the fox's wound, shared his food with it, and cared for it. One day, when the fox had fully recovered, it opened its mouth and spoke in human tongue. After expressing its appreciation to Mr. Yonenda, the fox then told him. The next page is torn out on the ground. It's the fox returning its favor. Because that's been brought up multiple times now. Like, people in this town respected the foxes, but they never... They never specifically, like... I don't want to say honored. They never specifically, like, worshipped the foxes. They just knew to be kind to them and not to, like, mess with them. Like, they would return favors. You were good to them in exchange for them being good to you. To all students, the game known as the Fox's Sacrifice is hereby banned. Partaking in this recent fad is forbidden. Any students caught playing will have their parents and guardians notified and be severely punished. Venerated. What game is the Fox's punishment? The Fox's Sacrifice. They have a lot of pictures of their track team. Define water. still here. This is the locker room. Ollie. There we go. Yep, still remember the gimmick for this one. Find Suka's locker combination. The weird thing is, when you converted the code, it looks like a cry for help. Oh, what am I supposed to do? It's not like I could do anything. Where's the other locker? I could have sworn that there was another one that was in here. Ooh, I'll take that first aid kit, though. And a bandage. It's the only one that I can find. Ramune. Student note. The desk drawers in teacher's storage room have locks, but they're such bad quality that they're practically useless. The other day I tried using a hairpin to open it, and what do you know, immediately popped. It popped open almost immediately. What's the use of these secure drawers if they aren't keeping anything safe? The desk drawers in a teacher's storage room have locks, but they have such bad quality. The desk drawers in a teacher's storage room have locks. Just the other day I tried using a hairpin to open it. Seems like Sakako left her hairpin near the basket inside of the rabbit hutch. Did I need to pick that up before? I don't think I did. There's a little drawing of the space alien. Thanks, buddy. I don't remember you being here. Whoa! There was a big guy here before. On the first playthrough. You're also dangerous, aren't you? Yeah, no, there was a big guy here before. Sakako always left her hairpins here. Urara! That's the name of the bunny. There's multiple. I think that's Yukimaru? Yukimaru and Urara. Like, why are you here? Hairpin. Can be used to open drawers in place of a key. Hi, buddy. Oh, thanks. Cool. I really am back in high school. Great. That's somehow the most disturbing change that the big singular enemy that was here isn't. Like, that's a very notable change. Is that window always open? Wait, the teacher isn't here. Replace the pipe. Okay, so now I have something that's light, medium, and heavy. Another pill. I'm like... This change is so notable, but I'm so... I'm not confused as much as I'm like... perplexed. I'm wondering why this changed. No, you stay there. Maradare. Oh, I am so overfilled. I'll take this. Oh, you were not open before. Diary of Revenge. I found mention of a transition from the water dragon faith to the divine tree faith in historical records dating from around the middle of the Kamakura period. There it is written that a peculiar monk donning multiple masks and wearing over 10 shaku, approximately 3 meters in height, visited Ebisugoka, a frankly ridiculous overstatement. Mention of a transition from the divine water dragon to divine tree faith. So even older than the divine tree is the divine water dragon. Is the water dragon faith. That monk brought people to a great cedar tree, later to be idolized in the divine tree faith, and told them the following: "You who fear the water dragon's wrath, quake no more, for the beast grows weak and prepares for slumber. It is none other than this great tree that has sapped the evil from it. Devote yourselves to the great tree, and shall keep that beast subdued until the end of time." Upon hearing the monk's words, the people of Ebisogo abandoned the water dragon faith and converted to the divine tree faith. However, in time, the divine tree faith would also begin to change. Being a settlement hidden away from society, the residents had no way of trading with the outside world, and so they were forced to treat their tools with extra care. It was from this unique culture that the Sukumogami faith was born. Local historic records state that old tools would be brought to the hollows of the divine tree and offered to the gods, once again further warping the religion. Between 3-meter tall monks, giant sacred satyrs, and dragons, do humans simply sense divine presence in anything larger than themselves? How utterly ridiculous. So, water dragon faith was before the divine tree faith. A monk came to Ebisogoka. Presumably, this is implying that the divine tree was keeping the water dragon in line. And because they couldn't trade, they were taking more care of their tools, and their tools were more special to them. Old tools would be brought to the hollows of the divine tree and offered to the gods. That offering isn't what? Interesting. Water, earth, metal. Arabido Memori. Press heavy attack immediately after before we get heavy Okay, I need to increase my.
よし
Yeah, I need to increase my how many omamori I can hold. Something's not right here. It's water, earth. What were the elements? Water, earth. Uh, water, earth, wood, metal, and fire. Letter from Sakuko to Hinako. Hinako, has anyone tried to rope you into playing the fox sacrifice game before? You basically just write a bunch of names on the blackboard and the fox will tell everyone's future. One of those people will also be granted good luck. But this isn't just a childish game. There are spiritual powers at work here, mark my words. And the fox isn't telling people their futures, it's deceiving them for itself. You have to promise me you won't join in, even as a joke, even if you don't believe it yourself. Please. How do I get out of here? There's names on the board. I'm stuck in here. Hinako, Kimi, Kanta, Sachi, Sakuko, Rinko, Shu, Kotoyuki. Uh, the chair moved so I can see the origami. Hinako, Kimi, Kanta, Sachi, Sakuko, Rinko, Shu, Kotoyuki. Rinko, Shu, Kotoyuki. Kotoyuki. Who is Kotoyuki? Who is Kotoyuki? Child drowns in a waterway, a 5-year-old girl. It's okay, you don't have to be afraid anymore. That's what I said to you when I saw you so scared. I wonder why I called you over. I could have just lied to you, told you to go any which way. It happens all the time, a kid falling to their death in the waterway. Sakuko was right. I don't like this. And I don't like that I have to grab this in the middle of this. Origami of Fox prayers. To the revered Fox, my ancestor, I thank you for your divine revelation. Your will shall be done. Kotuyuki, wishes will come true. Shu, suffocation. Raincoat, burned to death. Sakuko, heart attack. Sachi, cancer. Kanta, heart disease. Kimi, cancer. Hinako, disappeared. Everyone's name is crossed out but Kotuyuki's. Okay, 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 okay. Kotuyuki wishes will come true. The way that Sakuko, Rinko, and Shu die all tie directly. They all tie directly into how we see them die in the dream that's coming up. Sachi and Kimi dying of cancer. And Kanta having a heart disease, but Hinako disappeared. Is that why she had the missing persons report? No. If she just disappeared... What happened? It's not playing anything. Who were the other kids and who is Kotuyuki? Because there's a reason why that children's game is banned. The game known as the Fox's Sacrifice is hereby banned. Partaking in this of recent fad is forbidden. Any students caught playing this will have their parents or guardians notified and be severely punished. They didn't want to perpetuate the game being played. Hang on. Where's the note that I'm looking for? Should be a nurse's note. Housemaid note. Tsuneki. Kotuyuki. I know it's sudden, but I'm moving. I won't ever forget you, Hinako. Thank you for saving me, Kotoyuki. So Kotoyuki is the boy. Wishes will be granted. I can't. Main building, second floor stair key.
キーボックスが開かない。鍵がいる。
ひなこは苦しんでる。俺には相棒を放っておくことができない。
いつまで相棒ごっこ続けるの？もうあなたには相棒なんていないんだよ。
What really matters is what's gonna happen here. My old classroom. And now I'm locked in. I sat here, and behind me was Rinko. She used to give me the right answers. So your lesson plan for the week? Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. She sat here. Still the best partner, right? There's a radio in this room. Hinako isn't coming. I'm sorry for lying to you, but I thought you need to find you to get you alone to find out how you truly feel. Look into your heart and try opening this box. Do you remember that day when just the two of us went to the cafe? We talked about how it felt like we were delinquents since we were supposed to be going to school that day. But you know what? I didn't care what the other people thought about us, because as long as I could spend time with you, that's all I needed. We were both ordered the same cake that day. I still remember how my heart almost burst out of my chest the moment the same words flowed from those lips. The sweet and tart fruit in the cake. The taste still lingers in my mouth like it was yesterday. Do you still remember that taste too? And that is the puzzle. Oh, this one's different. The sweet and tart fruit. Because before it was the... Before it was the other parts. Sweet and tart fruit. So exclusively to fruit? Yes. So you did remember. Well, that makes me feel very special. By the way, are you over Hinako now? I apologize if I sound blunt, but I want to make it clear that girl is dead. I know you're going through a rough time right now, and you must be in so much pain, but you know I can be there for you. Would you rather go through it yourself still? I can picture us slowly unfolding the pages of our hearts, talking about all the small mundane details of our day-to-day lives. By filling up one journal after another with our thoughts, I know we can start fresh, a blank page upon which we can write a new story of our lives. Surely you can see it too. The ones that have books. I'm glad to hear that you're trying to stay positive, and remember, I'll always be here for you if you need anything. You know, you're not the only one who's sad because Hinako's no longer with us. If the two of us could cuddle together, we could soothe this pain that bites like the cold of winter. And then surely spring will arrive, welcoming us with sakura in full bloom to celebrate our union. Can you picture the beautiful blooming sakura awaiting us? Assuming only the ones that are Sakura, so not you. Also not you. Hang on, no, I messed up. What was it? Sakura in full bloom. Dear Shu, I like you. I love you. I always have and I always will. I'll be waiting to hear what you think of me. Second floor classroom generic key. Shu hasn't read this letter. This kid sacrifice? Nah, Kodayuki. No, he ended up moving away. His bloodline was cursed.
どこに行ったかと思えばこんなところにいたのね。
お姉ちゃんどこ？
お友達と楽しく過ごせた？ならそろそろお支度をなさい。もうお友達とはお別れの時間よ。
お姉ちゃん。
あなたが殺すのはあなたの手で。それができるからここへ来たのでしょ。
それってどういう？
What do you mean? I have to wait. I'll likely get more answers. Final exam, 4th place. Asakura Ayumi, freshman, class 1, 479 points. Yeah, Rinko really likes Shu. Really, really likes Shu. Old Annex main gate key. The key to the old annex behind school. It can be used up in the hall doors. Note to teacher. Ayumi from the track and field club said she found a key with the key box written on it during practice. If she still hasn't gotten it back to you, then she probably left it in her locker when she went to change. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if she forgot. She looked exhausted after practice. Wait, so... Okay, so she did still good in track and field. She was a part of the... Hi, buddy. She did well in the track and field club, but she got... Okay, like... She still got 4th in terms of grades. Like, no, that's still doing incredibly well. TT is the most disgusting person I've ever met. I wish someone would destroy her locker. If anybody wants to make my wish come true, her locker combination is 377. Hi, buddy! I'd really appreciate it if you didn't take those steps, like, so loudly in my ear. Swing. What did Junko mean by that? Well, then next behind the school, it can be used to open the hall doors. Cool. This used to be my locker. Ayumi. It was 377? No, that's TT. Thinking of the note to teacher. Ayumi. TT is 377. Ayumi's was the one that was the call for help. I don't have the space. Yeah, they said Ayumi... You waited so long. Asshole. Why am I forgetting? Cry for help. If it was an S. It's not that one. That one was the one that was the call for help. I have too many. Yumi. Do I not remember what hers was? I think I have to go to the annex building. can get there. I'm trying to remember how. This way? Yes. Because then I can also drop off the two carcasses that I have. Because I can't use my bandages, and I can't drop off the first aid kits, so I'm still just sitting with these. Yeah, I think the key I need, or in order to figure out the code, is through the annex building. My pipe's almost gone. I can't get out through there anymore. Sure, that's not creepy. That was Rinko. Actually, I can repair this. As much as I really don't want to, now I really want to get to the nightmare to see if I can figure out what's going on here. Note between lovers. Mickey. I have absolutely no idea how that crazy formula spells Aishiteru. But I love you too. $415. What is that? 4151 plus 3. What? Divided by 6? Asakara Ayumi, row 4, line 2. Asakura's textbook. I'm a mermaid. The sea is calling out to me. I can't believe the school doesn't even have a pool. The sea, the best thing in the world. It's so lovely, it's not my locker combination.
暗号のメモか。まだまだ子供だな。
See. Oh, how I wish I could just climb inside his locker and drown in his smell. I can't believe his combination is the same as his name, Aoi. That's so cute of him. He using his name as his code. Okay, I think those notes definitely change depending on the puzzle difficulty. Hang on. Hang on, because I need to stand up for my break. Yeah, the climbing into the locker because you need to drown in his smell is so extra. It's so much more than it needed to be. Like, that is a lot. Like, that is, like, admittedly, they're kids, so, like, sure, like, you get a little bit of an excuse, but, like, that's a lot. That is a lot to kind of just throw at a boy you like. I'm honestly really glad. Especially that Simonchenko, like, really threw me off. But I want to. I'll probably get through the next nightmare, and then I'll probably cut. Mostly because I really, because a part of the. Because a lot of the fun for this has been, like, really just kind of sitting with my thoughts and figuring things out. Like, I can't put together everything. Like, I think that's not a flaw. That is definitely a. That's not what I want my mouse on. It's not a flaw because it is very intentional. Like, this is the fun part of, like, a mystery game, or, like, something that really does, like, keep making you think. I almost want to say agonizing part of like trying to figure it out and, like, trying to deduce. I remember you. Or not. Of just, like, figuring out what's going on, how it's going on, and, like, how the things, like, all connect in, like, overlap and connect with one another. Like, it's so much fun. Genuinely, this is such a fun part. See. Key, cabinet key. I don't want to fight this. I just want to go.
やっと見つけた。
I also will just switch out the sickle for the steel pipe. Probably because I genuinely think I love this weapon.
ナロさん、私と二人で新しい宇宙戦争を始めようよ。シュウ君が望むなら相棒の役でも悪の女幹部の役でもいいんだよ。
鍵見つけたぞ。
おかえり。 面倒をかけたな。相棒も休めよ。俺たち先に休んだから。
休みなよ。私と柊君で寝ずの番をしててあげるから。
いや、私は本当に大丈夫。
ひなこ、休めよ。あとは俺たちが見張っておくから。
おやすみ、ひなこ。でもさ、柊君もああいうの好きでしょ。
興味ねえよ。
君に命を救われ魂を奪われた私だ。今度は私が君の魂を救い、古き君の命を奪おう。
By claiming the life of your older son. Are you Kotoyuki? Ah! Why do I have that now?
起きられます。
Why do I have this now?
辛い儀式だったろう。よく耐えた。よく頑張ってくれたね、ひなこ。さあ、先に進もう。
This is going to be worse. This is somehow going to be worse. The Fox game. Everyone but Kotoyuki died. And starting the game from a completed file using the offering that recovers sanity will also fill up the Kutsu seal. And starting the game from a complete file, Soul Siphon will be able to affect multiple inanimate enemies in a small area. Interesting. Why does that only happen here? Okay, no, I guess it could make sense because the first one is like, yeah, the dagger.
血潮さえ美しい。
ありがとうございます。
Great, I gotta have a more... I feel trapped. hate this so much. Everyone but Kuriyuki died, presumably, in the Fox offering game. I hate having this. Worse than having this, I hate the fact that, like, I genuinely really like the Nagi Nada.
これは
This is Sakuko's room.
サクコの
That's why she has pictures of the rabbits in her. She just really liked bunnies. I had a strange dream. It was about a very old sword, one that was cursed, steeped in evil energy. The sword must be the source of the corrupt god's power, I'm sure of it, but because the sword itself is divine, it can't be destroyed. However, if someone were to purify it, then surely the corrupt god could be weakened. If the sword could be submerged in the elixir that exorcises evil spirits, then it could be used to sever the strings that controlled those who roam lost through the fog. Sakuko is my guide out of this. If the sword can be submerged in the elixir that exorcises evil spirits. What elixir exorcises evil spirits? Like, what is that elixir that I'm looking for? Foxmask can drink that sake, no problem. Routinely it is sake. Routinely it is typically like, but not. It's that weakening lamp. I have to get used to fighting with this thing again. I need to keep an eye out for whatever that elixir is. Because currently... I need to keep an eye out for whatever that elixir is. I'm not gonna like this. Because currently... I know how to find... Theoretically, I know where to find the sword. But I do not know how to purify it. But finding the sword is the requirement for one of the other endings. Purifying it is the secondary requirement for another ending, as well as also finding a certain item. And I think I know where that item is? Think. Not 100%. Because I think I found it first playthrough. Okay, that one was the bigger problem. Do I have any... I hate that stupid thing. I hate that crying thing so much. What's in that room? Is that a fucking Triforce? How do I... That's not good. How do I open that door? Because I can't get in through this way. It has to open through another means. I hate that sound. I hate fighting the doll. Correction, I hate fighting the... They all instantly get staggered the second they get into a place with one of these lanterns. At the end of the assault, that's where that is. I almost missed this. Sakuko's diary. I normally hate gym class, but today was different. Something nice happened. The handwriting here is erratic and is overcome with emotion. Little Miss Perfect tripped and fell today. Looks like even Hinako, the star athlete, can mess up. She scraped her knee and started bleeding. I wish she had fallen flat on her face and ruined that pretty nose of hers too. That's not what... I don't believe that that's what Sakuko would have said. Is that supposed to be Sakuka? Shifting semi-erratically between, like, jumping and skipping and then screaming? Hi. I knew you were still here. Because tying that also to... God, I have too many items. Because tying that to... I think I'm still playing on hard, by the way. Because tying that to... age, like... How do I say this? Because Sakuko's clearly the youngest. She's clearly the youngest and still acts it. And part of that might be... Part of that very well could be the autism. But, like... It's overlapping with her own connection of her younger self. Like, that's why the doll is there. Because she used to have a doll when she was much younger, too. But hers wasn't Japanese. Hers was a very Western type of doll. Oh my god, why do I have so much? Whatever. Okay, I did that, so now I go through here. Or not. Doing that was just to grab that thing. I can't make out what that kanji is. But it's the same... No. It's written everywhere. wish my kanji was better. But I still hate kanji too much to study it consistently. Hi, buddy. I thought you died. She absolutely had to have died. Flip this switch. Wait, I might be stupid. Because the white door... No, the blue doors are open. Yeah, because that needs to be open. Only closes that one. So then I would just go backward? Yeah, because this is supposed to just create a path for me to go through. Then that's blocked. So then I can't get through there, but if I can get through there... How am I messing this up more? That closes, but then that opens. So then this opens and this opens, but then this closes. Hang on. I might be stupid. Let me fix this. Close that. This opens. That closes. I think I literally just reset everything. How did I do this first time not thinking? Rabbit through here. Still doesn't answer how I opened the one that's behind this one then. Don't trust the Foxman for shit. Yeah, don't. Don't. Just don't. I hate that scar so much. I hate looking at it. Yeah, but then both days are locked, so I can't do that. So then what did I gain by opening this? It means I come back here and then I hit this for a reason. How did I do this first try, not thinking about it in the first playthrough, but then now I'm aware of what I'm supposed to be doing, and now I'm messing it up consistently. Okay. What if I don't go this way and just go back? Because if that just keeps that door open, I can't do that. Well, no, I could do that. In theory, I can do that. How do I get over there? Like, I'm looking at this and I'm deathly curious. That way, I'm presuming. Okay, so now I can get in here. So then I flip this. That opens, that opens. That's closed. What did I do? What am I doing wrong? What do I... What, why am I stupid? Let's do this without thinking. It's worse than the hell, it would at least be granting her something she wanted. Presumptively, but still. So that means that this has to be... Yes, that's on hair. But doing that closes that door. Then I can't open that other one. No, okay. I was right. I had just like momentary stupidity. Let's go then. Poor girl. Literally just another path. Okay.
ウサギサクコが好きだった。
あいつウサギしか友達いないんでしょ。もういっそウサギに許せればいいのに。
Mr. Rabbit, guess what? I've decided that today I'm giving you a new name. Handwriting is erratic as if the writer is overcome with emotion. Your new name is Hinako. Got it? Hinako. Don't you think it's super cute? It's the same name as that awful, horrible, mean, cruel Hinako who left me all by myself and went far away. I hate her. I know why she threw me away. It's 'cause I'm dark and sad and mean. Dang it, I forgot the stuff I needed to cut off Hinako's arms and legs. Oh well, I'll just cut her into tiny pieces tomorrow. So. So if none of this is real, as in presumptively everything going on in the town, you motherfucker. As in presumptively everything in the town is simply her inside of her own head. Then I'm willing to bet that this version of Sakuko, the one that's calling her a traitor, is her own lingering regrets as to leaving Sakuko here. To me, that is the only... To me, that makes sense for why she would consistently call her... would constantly be calling her traitor. Because she was the only one who did that. I heard the little legs, like, really quickly. The enemies also, thankfully, aren't dangerous enough that I'm like consistently concerned about them. As long as I'm aware enough that they are around, then I'm not gonna worry. I need 500 more, and I do not think I can get that. 1, 2, Maybe? Can I get 100 more? It'd be 1 divine water, 2 ramune, and an arare. Okay. It's fine because I want the omamori anyway. Ooh, that stays at 3,000. Okay, so that's the cap for that. Here. Where's the rabbit? Press a heavy attack immediately after a perfect dodge and deal powerful counter. This counter greatly consumes stamina. Cool. Greatly decreases focus charging time. Greatly decreases sanity consumption when using focus. And then Sakuko's diary. Grandpa is saying that he'll let the shrine come to an end after his generation. Not many people bother visiting such a small insignificant shrine. It seems nobody wants to go to the effort of coming all the way here to pray to Inari-sama. What? There are Hokuran statues dedicated to Inari-sama all over the town anyway. Older folks just go to wherever's closest to them to pray. There's no reason for them to come to the shrine. But if there were more devout worshippers, if people held more respect for the shrine, then maybe Sen and Suki's shrine could restore to its former glory. Are these events unfolding as the gods have planned, just like Grandpa always says? The Sen and Suki shrine no longer serve a purpose. No, it simply can't be true. I've heard how the gods weep. Sakuko's dream is to restore the shrine to its former glory. But would such a thing even be possible? I can't really imagine a town's elderly residents climbing all the way up here. People here used to worship the 1,000-year cider. Now, they pray to Inari statues. I'm starting to think that rather than some revered god, maybe we humans hold more power because we choose which god to worship. That's pretty good. Damn. Oh. Not to brag, but we've taken down the enemy's mothership, the giant UFO, on many occasions. However, each time that happened, the Galactic Imperium would deploy more and more troops from their home planet. As we grew older, we were able to have a better understanding of heroes by watching television, and I think we came up with some elaborate backstories for the enemy leaders. By this time, it was a world that only Shu and I knew. That's honestly really cute. Letter of concern. Dear Hinako, good luck and bad luck are 2 sides of the same coin. For one person, today can be lucky, but for someone else, it might be the opposite. Right now, a bright sun shines upon you, but the sun also makes your shadow very long and dark. Dark shadows draw evil toward them. I really didn't want to send you a letter like this on your special day, but I just couldn't get it off my mind. I sense that your fortune has taken a turn for the worse. There's just something not right about the sun and the shadow that surround you. Where are you, Hinako? This should be a day for celebration, yet you're... The note was left unfinished and crumpled up. Good luck for Kotoyuki. Bad luck for Hinako. Wishes will come true. Oh, you're still kicking. I was like certain that that thing died. What was that achievement? What? Hang on, I got something that I couldn't read too quickly. No one left behind. Stop a certain number of enemies behind the white rabbit crust door from reanimating. Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do shall lift their heads to a level height as if they were reflections in a mirror as custom dictates. With the shading of light shall you condemn the past to the dark. Restrain lampshade. Lampshade found near Sakuko's cell. The design resembles something tangling. That's different. Talon lampshade. The design resembles sharp talons. How does this scene play out then? It means she did that when she was more under... Oh, that's bad. It means that she did that when she was more under... This girl... When she was more inducted by Fox Mask. It doesn't justify what she did. I guess it opened that door. Wait. If it auto-opened this, then... Oh, Mamori. Well, greatly decrease stamina consumed by heavy and charge attacks. I can make that work. It's nice that, like, I started off with, like, oh, the Mamori's are, like, nice little things. But then when you start being able to stack multiple, and some of them get way more significant, it's like, oh, okay, this gives me essentially an entirely different playstyle. I prefer it if I could use my Naginata, but still, whatever, I guess. Oh, I have to put this one in first. So if this is okay, if her being like this is supposed to be representative of, like, her being under Fox Mask's way, as in on the way to the wedding, then yeah, Sakuko calling her traitor makes a lot more sense in this time and context. So he starts crafting.
今日は一段と綺麗だね。
I don't want to hear that from you, especially not right now. Okay, yeah, because there's multiple doors to go through. There's a lot of chains here. Wait, can I get through this door then? Because this puzzled me the first time. Because I saw this, but there was no way of getting through. Hey, hi, buddy. You're an asshole. That would also explain why she's more, I'll say, gung-ho. Nothing this way. And a first aid kit. Yeah, so I can open this door. Is this Rinko's room? Oh, there's a lot here. Unfinished letter. My future friend. Spring unfurls around me in vivid color as I write you this letter. Upon your arrival, you may bear anxiety about your new life. The slightest remembrance of your old home may call tears to your eyes, like it once did to mine. The scent of ripe plums joins with warbles, bird song, and bittersweet union. Memories that call me home to a mountain village spring. Everywhere I turn, I am met with splendor, the sound of chirping warbles, the smell of sweet plums. I am certain that this land, though new to you, shall become a place of respite and tranquility. You and I call the same village home, so please, share with me whatever weighs on your mind. I am eager to hear your stories of home, and together we, my future friend. The scent of ripe plums. The other day, my honorable father-in-law told me that fate smiled upon me, that my blood had been blessed by the stars. If I attempt to interpret his words, I can only understand them to mean that he believes that an intervention of good fortune or coincidence allowed me to be so connected with this house. However, I do not believe he meant to humble me with his words. Instead, I think his words should be taken more literally. My very blood was favored by fate. In the world of mortals, there exist rare individuals who possess non-ABO blood types, so maybe having blood that was blessed by the stars simply means that I was born with a rare mutation. After all, there are many variations, some of which are as uncommon as 1 in 100,000 people. Perhaps when a human child who possesses blood that contains the power to deepen the bond between mortals and gods is born into a village, they are selected as a candidate for their heterogamous marriage. If this is the case, then it would explain why such partnerships are so infrequent. I wonder who shall be next to be welcomed into this world. If it is another child beloved by fate, then I would like to do all in my power to help their transition into a new life. Mayumi. You're the one who went missing. My honorable father-in-law. So you're wed. Performing a While without using focus, increases damage inflicted. Stack up to 5 times and resets when damage is taken. Holy shit. That's a game changer. So I'm gonna have to think on that for like a bit. I'm gonna have to think on that for a little bit. Because I can't open that. She was unlucky. If I'm going to use Sakuko's like own... If I'm going to follow like Sakuko's words and like understand what she means by sometimes good luck for some is bad luck for others, or like a good day for one is a bad day for another, then Mayumi was unlucky. Mayumi was extremely unlucky, but just internalized it as good luck. Or at least is trying to explain what her father-in-law said as good luck. Where's that fashion magazine then? Rinko's secret journal. I wish I could live in a world where it's just you and me, but I don't mean that I want the rest of the town to disappear. No, what I truly want is a world where Shu and I can bask together in the spotlight, with everyone else standing in the background as our supporting characters. I don't suppose that's a spell I can cast that would create such a dream world. Oh. She has a lot of the girly mags. Like, it's not inherently bad. But like, each one that we saw... Kosuma... Chiraku? She's very, I'll say, in tune with the times, I'll say expectations for women. Very unlike Hinako. It's only the dolls that I can interact with. Drawings of Shu are filling the room. There was also a fire. When was that fire? More drawings of Shu. The dolls' faces are being melted. Lots of pictures of Shu. There's a doll on the ground. right? Facing Fox Crest. There's multiple dolls on the ground. Oh, that took all my stamina. But that does about the same as like one of his special counter. That's really strong. Oh my god. Okay. So set this to... There's a lot. I want to figure out where that fire is. I also want to figure out, unfortunately, what that heart attack stuff is, and I don't think I'm gonna get an answer until later. Because now I'm still missing key info, but I'm missing actually important stuff. Like, not saying anything before... not saying anything before wasn't important, but right now... Right now is when I'm getting, like, actually a lot more vital information for everything. That's the main info that I'm missing. Because there were mentions of a fire before. I don't remember anything... Like, there was a camping trip with Sakuko, but nothing about her having a heart attack. But then there's also just a bunch of other girls and students that were missing. And there's also nothing about what happened to... About what happened to Shu. Chizuriya. Chizuriya.
手放すんだ。進まなきゃ。先に。
If you expand the mentality of good fortune for some is bad fortune for others, expand that into good spirits for some, bad spirits for others. If Fox Mask is trying as hard as possible to strip Hinako of her past and things that she still wants to hold on to, including her friends, that's good for him, bad for Hinako. Rinko's childhood diary. Today I bought all of my friends candy from the candy store. It's a lot more fun to eat with friends than to eat alone. Fox origami. The handwriting here is erratic. Hinako, why are you here? This was supposed to be my chance to talk to Shu alone. Why the hell are you here? Why the hell are you cozying up next to Shu like that's where you belong? And the cherry on top, Sakuko decided to tag along too just because of you. But I can forgive her. I mean, she did me the favor of dying soon enough anyway. How long are you going to keep living for? You're already dead. Quit haunting Ebisogoka like some pathetic ghost. That's in reference to the intro. These are not their actual thoughts. Anything that is the erratic writing, that has to be within Hinako's own head. These candies bring back memories. Like, I had theorized it before, but now that absolutely confirms it. Hi, buddy. I fucking hate you. I swear I hear another one in here, and I do not like that. Fuck it. So anything that had the erratic writing, you cannot trust as like actually being what that character is saying. Free bandage. All of a sudden, the town was enveloped in a thick fog. Everywhere I looked, I saw strange monsters. I could only bring myself to sit inside my empty house alone and shaking. That's when Shu came and rescued me. After that, it didn't matter how terrifying the outside world was, as long as I was able to spend time with Shu. The handwriting suddenly turned frightening. But then I realized that cockroach Hinako was with him. What are the odds? Just die, you pest. You don't belong in this town anymore. Did you forget that? Today I bought all of my friends candy from the candy store. The handwriting turns oddly distorted. Everyone was slobbering all over the snacks and thanking me again and again. It reminded me of the time I fed fish at the park. The way their mouths gaped as wide as they begged for food. What a bunch of idiots. And that poor as dirt Hinako. All it took was one piece of cheap candy to have her following me around like a dog. It's almost cute how stupid she is. A cockroach like her deserves to die. I don't believe that as her true intentions or her true feelings. Whatever Fox Mask is doing or saying to Hinako in the lead up to the wedding to make separating from her past easier is influencing part of this. That's my operating theory. Like, yeah, I have to open the white one, which means that has to stay, but then this flips, which means, okay. Rinko likes Shu, like, obviously. Very, very painfully obviously, almost. How do I get through this? Because I remember, okay. White door has to be open, then red door has to be open. Ah, this one. So it means I need to get in here. So red door needs to be switched. Red and white can switch. So both of those don't need to be on right now. It's a very cursed way of saying it, but along the lines, honestly. Unfortunately. Wait, no. It would just be those two that would be open. So it'd be this and then this. Then I go through here, flip this, go back through here, cut through here. Like, that's why the writing becomes erratic and frantic, and it doesn't match. Like I still don't know what happened when it came to the stairs. Like, we still don't hear that. We still don't hear what happened with that. But Rinko very clearly, genuinely likes Shu a lot. And I think if all of her anger is probably stemming from how much she was hurting from everything happening with Hinako. She's mad at Hinako for how much hurt that she was going through because of the things that she's wrapped up in. I don't think it's it's not justifying it, but like there's a tangible thread there. Like it makes sense. When somebody hurts somebody who you care about, you're mad at that person. And intentional or not, Hinako is hurting or really hurt Shu. So that's why Rinko's mad at her. But to the point of seeing her as always lesser, like, no, they were friends for a reason. They were a friend group. So they're trying to turn us into a fox. Not a fox as much as just property. It is not... Tried carcass. Like that branding on the back, I don't think normal foxes have a kutsu on their back. And more importantly, the mask itself is to kind of cover up the fact that part of my face is gone. It's symbolic. As in, just like, yeah, give me your arm. Give me your eyes, and let me mark you as my property. By branding you like cattle. Rinko's diary. I've wasted years of my life at school carefully putting on a good girl act, pretending I was perfect in every way, basking in my own sense of superiority. Back then, I sincerely believed I was better than everyone else. But things are different now. I can see how I've been looking down on others just to falsely raise myself up. I can't help but wonder, though, has everyone else seen through my act this whole time? Hinako, Sakuko, even Shu. Maybe they've always seen through me, straight to my rotten core. Maybe all this time, they were only pretending to be my friends. The handwriting is seething with unfeathered hatred. But I'm not the one at fault. It's all because of that awful Hinako. If only you were gone, then I wouldn't be feeling like this. The rest is too distorted to read from here. That's not... Even she has her own, like... Like, even she has her own insecurities about how a bunch of this stuff is happening. Like, even for capitulating so much to expectations, she still never felt satisfied in herself. Rinko is as much a victim in this as everyone. Unfortunately. Rinko's diary. I should have pretended to be something. I should have never pretended to be something I wasn't. If I hadn't, then I would have been able to look Hinako in the eye. I could have told her what I really think of her, put her in her place. But I've let everything sit and fester, and now the wound has turned necrotic. So even though this is the day all my wildest dreams are coming true, my heart still feels heavy. The handwriting is chaotic and full of violent energy. This is the bed I made, so I'll lie in it. But I won't ever, ever forgive you for what you did to Shu. How dare you hurt him? Shu may not cry or scream at you like I know he wants to, but I'll make you feel his pain all the same. They got married. I should have never pretended to be something I wasn't. If I hadn't, then I would have been able to look Hinako in the eye. I could have told her what I really think of her, put her in her place. But I've let everything sit and fester, and now the wound has turned necrotic. So even though this is the day all of my wildest dreams are coming true, my heart still feels heavy. This is either her marrying Shu or being in a relationship with Shu. So this is after Hinako left the village. Cool. That's there to make sure that I can't run. I am... That sucks. At this point, you're truly channeling the Shu's pain or your own. That depends. Shu is in this type of situation. In this type of situation, I'll admit that I'm going to be inferring, but no, everything that, like, everything that's at least been, like, showcased about Shu, he wouldn't bring that up directly. Like, he wants to help Hinako. He wants to support her in ways and, like, be partners, like, be her partner, like his childhood friend. But
運動だって服選びだってお化粧だっていつだって私の方が上だった。
yeah, you're more girly. Was that the act that you were putting on? Because Shu is not very, I want to say, showy masculine. And that's, like, what makes him nice. It's what makes him, like, appealing. But at the same time, it also means that he's not going to, like, open up and be... He's still not gonna be, like... even for being not very showy masculine, he's still not going to be direct about his feelings, especially towards his partner, his friend since childhood. Like, that's why he clearly seems awkward whenever Rinko keeps bringing up, like, her feelings, or asking, like, okay, so what are you and Hinako? Like, why are you... how close are you two without ever being in a relationship? Like, that's hard for Rinko to try to really grasp, because that's not... it's not a common thing in this time. It's completely atypical.
ぼんやりしてるあんたを私が何度助けてあげたことか。なんでいつも ち考えたことある？あんたは裏切った。もてあそんで裏切った。謝れ。その格好で今すぐ土下座して謝れ。聞こえてるんでしょ。なんとか言いなさいよ。
She's right.
きなこ。
Like, there's a reason why Rinko was the one who set all that stuff up of trying to get Shu to answer. There's still a door that I couldn't open before. I think that's later. Like, if Hinako had those feelings, if Hinako had any type of romantic feelings for Shu through all that time and still never said anything, like, hang on, I want to check if that door is open or not. Completely turned around on Rinko. Like, she's... Like, it hurts. But, like, when you're in a situation like that, and as unfortunate as it may be because of my own experiences, when somebody likes you, when somebody likes you for a long time, still can't open that door. When somebody likes you for a long time, like, you can't, even if you don't have feelings back, like, you have to say something. You have to say something because otherwise you are leading them on. If you know that you're not interested, but they don't know, but they're holding out hope, you're playing with their heart. Maybe not, like, intentionally or with the express purpose of, like, trying to hurt them, but you are hurting them. It's not fair, and it sucks, but it falls on you to be the responsible one and, like, be honest about how you feel. Because otherwise that person's gonna make decisions and do things that aren't for their best interest. It's not going to be in their best interest because they're going to keep thinking, well, what if? What if eventually this person comes around? What if eventually this person admits that they've had all these intense feelings for me? But then that what if doesn't happen. And then all those other opportunities, all those other people who were more honest about how they felt and how they wanted to be with them, all those people had their hearts hurt. Because of something that you did. He loved this girl. He really loved her. I remember this. Medicine cabinet from Shu's place. Where are you? It opens up like right here. Got ya. I learn from my mistakes. Most of the time. Oh, you're just wandering off. Okay. Cool, I guess. Sure. Just walk off. Is there any reason to go that way? Well, let's find out. Because that closes nothing? Or opens this? Hi, buddy. Come on. So, the biggest gain from the arm isn't necessarily the ability to defend herself. It's the soul siphoning part. It's the ability to just get rid of her problems. Permanently. Where the fuck does this lead? Oh, that leads this way. Okay. Wait, then what's in here? Because before, on the first one, you're supposed to grab 2 items. You're not supposed to grab 3. The first one, you're supposed to grab 2. But this one, you only need to grab 1. So what happens if I go to the place where the first one is regardless? Hi, buddy. I guess nothing. I guess that just cuts down on time. Interesting. Because there is nothing to pick up here anymore. Whoops. Ooh, wait. Divine water. I have 4 medkits. I am... I'm getting a little bit overfilled on items that I don't need. That is the pain of getting better at a horror game. Your inventory becomes your own detriment. All right, this room. So gross. Also, it's like, yeah, it's kind of like a little bit hard to like pick out because of translation stuff, but like the way Hinako speaks, like literally the way that she speaks in terms of like when it comes to anything related to either Fox, when it comes to something like related to Fox Mask, is like very, very formal. You get a little bit of it through, you get like a little bit of it through the translation as just like saying I'm grateful for the arm, but like it doesn't capture red caps, you know? It doesn't capture like the exact, I want to say, politeness of like, it's very it's hard to like describe. Reverent isn't inaccurate, but it's like, because in Japanese, like there's typically like 3 hierarchies essentially, where you either speak to somebody who's like lower than you. Still have to pick up this. Either speaking to somebody relatively lower than you, that would be like a kohai, or like an underclassman, or it's somebody who is like not as experienced as you in your workplace. Then they're speaking to somebody who's basically on equal level with you. I need to get out of here. Speaking with somebody who's relatively on like about equal level with you. More like very casually friend tone. And then they're speaking to somebody who's like your superior. Or a quote-unquote type of higher position than you. The way Hinako speaks with Shio is definitely way more chummy, way more friend-like. That's why that comment that Rinko makes about like the way you talk to Shio is like you're a guy. Like it's, again, social norms, social customs, atypical, especially of 1960s Japan. Like the way she ends up speaking to and about Fox Mask, especially in context of like the arm and everything else, much more speaking in line, essentially as like a housewife. Like, if anything, all this stuff with the Fox stuff, the arm, the branding, the mask, like, it's her turning into her mother. Turning into that type of person that she never wanted to be. And would previously loathe the idea of. Him saying that, him respecting her choices, her autonomy and agency as a woman in 1960s Japan, Even as he's choking. Groomer.
幼い頃からの友人に別れを告げるのは辛いだろ
はいいえするべきでした。もっと早くこんな姿をお見せして申し訳ありません。
謝らなくていい。むしろその痛みを強いた私の方が謝らねばならない。
I need this man dead. In the most violent way possible.
Go.
That's another headache. I can't stand him.
Shu? リンコ？
Yeah, because then they immediately left. Presumably.
どうして？シュ。
Actually, there is something I'm definitely curious about that I want to get to
前の
first.
家で合流なんだよな。
Tension headache.
戦える数じゃない。
I want to get all the way up to Shu's house.
あいつ、私を追ってる。
Because there's something that's too important there that I need to check and double check on. I can at least use this one.
やむを得ず私を置いてったんだ。だよな。
It's actually like two things I want to make sure that I like absolutely get to. Ooh, another diary. And then, in the Edo period, Ebisu-Goka witnessed another faith-changing event. The divine tree, the symbol of their religion, was struck by lightning and burned down. By this time, the ideologies of the Tsukumogami faith had taken root. Sacredness was now determined by the antiquity of an object. The divine tree was not worshipped for subduing the water dragon. Instead, it was only due to the fact that it was the oldest object in the area. And so, a new divine object was decided upon to take the tree's place. The next target for worship was the Inari Shrine. Before long, faith in the Inari statue itself developed, mixing with the Tsukumogami faith and creating an amalgamation of beliefs completely unique to Ebisu-Goka. To this effect, the mongrel Inari faith here in Ebisu-Goka has almost no likeness to that practice throughout the rest of Japan and boasts a pathetically superficial history. Even this changing of idols has been turned into some epic divine story by the priest. This is the nonsense they came up with. With the divine tree destroyed by lightning, the land lost its guardian, and the ancient evil water dragon attempts to rise from its slumber. Hearing the town's plight, a family of benevolent foxes traveled from the west to subdue the dragon once more. The people's faith in them bolstered their power, but without enough power, the dragon shall awaken once more. So now they are convincing locals to devote themselves to the new god, Inari-sama. Water dragon, divine tree, Tsukumogami, and now Inari-sama. These pathetic people believe their faith has 1,000 years of history, yet it's been mutilated time and again to suit their petty needs. Man truly is a fickle beast. I'm loving those. I'm loving those. The believer's world and the god's realm are not impervious to change. No matter how revered a god may be, their believers can choose to worship another god, or the religion could prove impossible to preserve in its original form. The Tsukumogami faith, where one would worship old things, shifted over to the Inari faith once the object of worship changed to the moss-covered Inari statues. I'm sure that the mix of Inari faith and the Tsukumogami faith is only one of many cases, and once 100 years pass, who knows, the Tanuki statues of the Shigaraki could be the next object of worship. Interesting. Even interesting, because now it's tagging... Now it's like also, I don't want to say tagging, but like it's incorporating the fact that like faith changes, even quote unquote lifelong, however long type of traditions and stuff. Like no, that stuff changes, beliefs change, even if the intent is to retain like quote unquote the old culture. Like by the sheer nature of it still being around and people believing in it, or just it being a faith in and of itself, like it's going to change as a result of people being around and the fact that people change, and that just like it, no, religion is just a game of telephone. Like things change as time goes on, intentional or not. Like, oh, because you say one thing is this type of belief or this practice that you hold dear, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. Why that person has so much ire for these people, though, that is a separate issue to deal with. So if I go in here now, will you attack me? Interesting. No. But it's only when I go around here. Dried carcass. I'll take this. Yep, there we go. Do it again. I dare you. I messed up. I'm loving this game. Like, the way it's making me think about the way it's making me think about its themes and like wrapping around them and changing on them.
山にも詳しいのに
It's not even necessarily changing them, it's just like unfolding them and expanding on them in just like super interesting ways. That axe is a heavy weapon. Double checking up here. Another doll that's here. Arare. Just here in the woods. And she's gone. Still want that axe. But I like my pipe more. I'll keep it. Yeah, I see you. More bandages for me. I adore that home run swing so much. Oh, I missed. That was bad. Until I just immediately swing back. Whatever. You get the sledgehammer. Gross. Okay, now we can go back and grab the axe. I think the pipe genuinely might be my favorite weapon in this. God damn it. I am not laying pipe, I am using a pipe in a very violent manner. In essence, it is kind of just laying it across their skull, though. Or planting it inside their skull. Whichever one sounds more fun in the moment. Okay, so this was the slightly open area. I want to go far to the right. But I also know that I didn't properly explore... far this way. Like, you don't go to track and field. No, she is... She's no slouch. Girl can swing. Cool, toolkit. Something else that I can't use. How do I have this much healing items? Oh, it's because I'm not getting hit, that's why. I hear ya. Good sit. I love her. What's the midst of this now? I was gonna say, when did they use the sledgehammer in wrestling? And I forgot. No, they did. They did that multiple times. A lot of times, actually. The steel pipe is the steel chair. I don't know why I did that. The steel pipe is just a steel chair. Uh-oh. Just with a few less legs. Get her, get her, get her. Shout out to Triple H. Triple Hinako.
武器が壊れそうだ。
I still don't have the... All that does is give me infinite, but I'm gonna need that actually. I just wasted that. And I know exactly where I'm gonna need that in like the next 5 minutes. I'm wondering... No, I think I'm just fine going straight this way. Ooh, no, there's a Higashi, so I'm fine. And you're still here. What was down here? Divine water that I actually could use too. Means I need this thing to hit me. Don't you run away from me. Right, it jumps on top of me. On top of the roof thing. I remember I like how... I don't... because it's not a complaint. But I like how... the one distinct thing I remember so much from like a couple of the reviews, especially the ones that were for some reason taking the chance to like praise the Silent Hill 2 remake. Where they're like, combat doesn't feel as good in this, and it's like, sir, I am actively overflowing on healing items. I'm actively overflowing on healing items. And I want to spend more. I want to spend more, but I'm too good at it at this point. It's like, this isn't empowering, and it's like, sir, maybe you should just play, maybe be a little bit better at the video game. Maybe be a little bit better at the video game. You don't need a gun to be big and strong. Sometimes you just need to be a girl who's done track and field. All while still in her Seifuku too. Do it. Do it. Case in point. She has a mean follow through too. Do it. Like, if that had detached, it would have been completely out of the park. Girly can swing. And another goddamn bandage. I'm gonna start using these on every time that I get like a scratch. Bada 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 bada. Omamori, horse. Greatly decrease the amount of stamina consumed when sprinting in fights. I wonder why they gave me that now. How long is unbeatable? I have been seeing people say that they average about 10 hours. Part of that depends on how much you kind of explore, but that's also entirely dependent on you doing story mode. Because Unbeatable Arcade, just a complete rhythm game. Unbeatable Arcade is just a complete rhythm game, part of the game. And that I'm putting like endless time into. There's a pill right there. Toolkit. Let me take this. It is also $25 right now for its release sale. I don't get anything out of saying that. I really like the game. I just really like the game and I think more people should play it. To the point where I bought a friend a copy of it. And like, I usually don't do that. I usually don't do that, but I was fortunate enough to have some spare money, and I saw that she wanted it, and I was like, I know that she'll like it. It was neither Alina nor Mal, unfortunately. Where the hell? Oh right, because this is just meant to be open. Wait, but then I'm not finding any of the scavenger hunt things, but I guess... all these... Hi, I see you. You picked a very funny time to wake up. Should have just stayed asleep at that point. I was right about to ask for a shrine so I could donate stuff. Damn it. Come on, do it. Swing. 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 Using another medkit. And then a chocolate for the sanity. I don't know why I did that when I could have also just... Well, no. It was still worth doing. It was still worth doing because, like... Is that open immediately? I don't remember that being open immediately. Only takes 56. It's not, like, too bad. Get rid of these. I'm putting... Instantly all the Yokons are going in here. I don't think I can touch that without... No, I can. I can. Yeah. Because that was the smart thing to do. Hmm. I touch that key, all hell breaks loose. My sanctuary is still incomplete. I'm lonely, so lonely. It feels like I'm going to freeze. I need to gather more women. More. But even when I do, they all go away. I keep collecting more and more, but they all die. Mommy, why did you leave me all alone? I'm lonely, so lonely. It feels like I'm going to freeze. I need to gather more women. More. But even when I do, they all go away. Take less damage when facing multiple enemies. Scales with the number of enemies. That's fascinating. That is a very interesting and discerning note. Hi, buddy. I'm just gonna leave. I don't like you. Hi. Is the reason why I couldn't go that way? Oh yes, because that way. I do not remember the way I need to go. I need to go left, but if I cut too soon, the fog creature's gonna get me. Hi, you're immediately in front of me. Please, please, Hineko. You're not grabbing me. Which way? Which way? I have to go left. No, I picked that up on reflex. Don't do drugs, kids. Which way? Was it right? Do we go right now? Yes. I like those chases. Caffeine... Let's chill. I wouldn't necessarily call caffeine a drug, even though... I think it's fairly reasonable to say it might be. Fast, 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 fast. It simply, it activates your brain. is the nicest, most gentle way I can put it. The Tori. There's a whole path through here that I had to run past. But I want to investigate now.
さっきのあれ全部消えた
I think this might have just been a path to run through. Yep, alright. Everything kind of like fell down. Thankfully I'm getting like exactly to where I wanted to be too. What's here? Oh. Okay, so this is the Tori. Shu's house is to the right. That's why this is here. This is the old shrine.
この神社昨今地の古い神社か
There is a research journal here. It's by right next to a fence. The defeated soldiers needed a place they could hide to escape prosecution by the enemy army. They were unable to engage with anyone from surrounding settlements, so there was no way for them to purchase new goods. This forced them to make do with what they already had and led to a culture where tools were used for as long as possible. The act of treating old tools with respect and reusing broken and unwanted ones was seen as virtue and called kishu. It was thought that when a tool reached the end of its lifespan and was laid to rest, then both the tool and the god to whom it was offered would be pleased. Clearly a tradition born of necessity in a hidden village of defeated soldiers.
昔は栄えてたみたい火事があってからは人が寄りつかなくなっちゃったって聞いた
People stopped visiting after a fire. Dried carcass. What I'm looking for is next to a gate.
This isご神木朽ちているけどかつては立派だったんだろ地蔵さん誰かが前掛けをかけたんだ
Someone put a shawl on it. Yeah, interesting. I wonder what happens when all 5 of them get shawls. Wait, I have to... Oh? Question mark. Alright. Yeah, the sword is here. Question is, where's the key item that the G-Soul's gonna want? Actually, there should be a small thing of Jizo, like, when I head up by Shu's house. Here it is. The character for heat, fire, can be faintly seen etched into the base. Shu's house, the shack, behind it. Wait, am I going down? Okay, no, I'm going the right way. So that means that in whatever the next section is, well, that means in what the next section is, I have to come back here. I need to come all the way back up the mountain.
ここに繋がってたんだ。
Shu's house.
Shu! 相棒！私だ！
White flowers that grow up here. How many petals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, two, three, 4, 5. Like, these have to be that flower. I think they are. I think the diagram... I think the diagram perspective is slightly off because it's showing... It has to do, like, it has to be a vertical cut. So it's showing that it has only, like, 5 petals. But if you also take into account the angle that it's from, then it would be 6. Divine water. That could be the divine water. It's back here. Cracked hibachi brazier. This brazier was filled with charcoal to help stay warm until the large crack put an end to that. Old things that had their value. Red capsules, red capsules, red capsule. Winners don't do drugs. Hey there, partner. We made it out of some pretty vicious battles together, huh? Even had to part ways with our fair share of comrades on a battlefield. I just never thought we'd have to part ways too. But at least ours won't be a goodbye through death on the battlefield. From now on, you can't ask for anything from me, okay? Because it's not like I can expect your help anymore. You have to look after yourself now. I won't be there to drag you to safety when you fall. But wherever we go, and no matter what we do, we'll always be part of the Space Army. And we'll always be partners, got it? Thanks for everything, Hinako. Shu. He's a good guy. Shu's knowledge of medicine rivals that of a veteran pharmacist. From ingredient efficiency to medicine that best matches your body. You name it, and he'll be able to tell you. You can consult him with all those pains that come with growing up, like headaches to acne, and just like that, he'll recommend you medicine, also give you advice on daily lifestyle choices. Rumor got around that listening to Shu's advice really does make acne go away, and now he's really popular with the girls. I suffer from frequent headaches, so Shu gets me medicine based on my symptoms, and it really helps out. Yeah, he was using the wrong flower. You moron, that's not... The pills are gone! You moron, that is not what peony looks like. I was expecting something, but I wasn't expecting that. I'm gonna go put this down first. Because now I have to go all the way... only to the right. Because it's not too far. Because there's also no point in me going to the tree now anyway, as long as I can just put the, as long as I can put the crack pot by the Jizo. That's why it's about old things. That's why it's old things that are used until they cannot be used anymore. My ears were met with smoothing chime of bells upon offering the item. This should do. Yeah, and so then that means that there's another Shral and one of the Jizo there. Okay, so that means I have until Hinako walks back into her house. To get that last one. That's great. That's also a really good achievement. Winners don't do drugs.
Shu, Rinko?
That's also why Shu just doesn't show up. Because he's not here. Him and Rinko are both effectively gone.
Shu?
That also means that I don't know what that note actually was about. Or he did do research on what that flower was. Because if he did that and he thought that...
私は恐れません。
The doll's right there. Run, hurry, there's no going back.
姿が見えなくとも一緒にいるのを感じます。
So then, okay.
私頑張ります。あなたにふさわしくなるように。
That also means that this part it's like significantly faster. Because, okay, so I'm adjusting my theory. Assuming that she was not an idiot. My theory now updates to he genuinely thought that that was the best thing for her to do, but she used it too much.
私はずっと迷っていたんだ。でも今はもう道に迷いはない。
Just keep walking straight. Because I have everything that I already need. There's no reason for me to go around the sides. That's why all these were here. You're an asshole. I missed it slightly, but I knew where it was. I don't like that. That's smart. But damn, I don't like
と
that.
ても綺麗だひなか
You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
では行こうか
Yeah, and then you just...
ご一緒に。
You go straight through it. You don't have to do anything of like the extra of the other nightmare.
皆が私たちを祝ってくれている
The others. That means... Oh my god, I hate it. That means that the only thing that you have to do for this nightmare after already having the arm and everything is just hold forward.
あなたの新しい生に祝福を。
In that case, then it makes a lot more sense why they would give you the arm one chapter earlier. Or one nightmare earlier, because otherwise you just never use it aside from the one enemy there. That's why she's covered in burns.
リンコ、私はあんたの願い通り死んでいなくなるから。だから私のことなんか忘れて幸せに生きなよ。忘れてやる、消してやる。私の記憶から世界からお前の名前なんて全部消えたんですよ。消されない。私の名前は清水ひな子。私の気持ちを知ってたくせに傾いて憎い。お前が憎い。見たくなかった。見たくなかった。
This also gives the Hagashi like another use. Hurry. Because it means that my stamina won't deplete when I do that. God, this fight's so cool. That was so fast.
見たくなかった。リンコのこんな姿。でも今は嬉しい。お別れに対して私たちはようやく本音を語り合えたね。
Fades to ash.
リンコの世界から清水ひな子は消えたね。お幸せにリンコ。清水 私はじゃない
どうしたひなこ。
私は
君はひなこじゃないか。君はひなこだ。
私は清水ひな子じゃない。私はひな子。
そうだよ。君は私のひなこだ。
Yeah, that nightmare takes the least amount of time. Interesting. That phone wasn't even there last time. As in looking there, there was a picture of Shu, so why is that here now? Letting yourself die like that is not meaningful happiness.
お姉ちゃんの言う通りだ。時間がない。二人とも待ってて。すぐ行く。
So now the biggest question, and only lingering one I'll even say, is where's the last thing that I need? Like the last hint so that I can get the, so that I can get the sword. Baseball bat, I'll take that. I'm just gonna pretend. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. If something wants to jump out and then gets clocked, then that's its own fault.
Rather cute, aren't you?
Ooh, radio. Hi, computer geek. What does that sound? Shu genuinely... He genuinely wanted what was best for her. Or like... what would make her happy. That's only a decision that she can make. This also explains why the house turns into a dungeon. Last one. Where is this? Last Jizo... It's next to a building by a street lamp. In the Edo period, lightning struck the divine tree, leading people to believe that its spiritual power was lost. They then turned to worship the next oldest object, the Inari statues. Thus, the people of Ebisugoka began worshipping Inari-sama. However, the sacred sword predates even the Inari faith. If the oldest object was to become the next object of worship, then it should have been the sacred sword. In other words, if the sacred sword is discovered, it will, without a doubt, undermine the very foundation of local beliefs. Something that will completely... Something that goes completely against everything that came before. Crowbar, my beloved. Do I need to fight you? No, I do not. Is that where I need to go? Oh my god, please. But then there's still something... I'm still missing a key item. I'm still missing the ancient shriveled thing. Letter to Kumiko. He's really done it this time. The husband of mine is always quick to brandish the knife around when he loses his temper. But this time he went too far. He threw it at Hinako. Did he even stop for a second to think what might happen if he mangled her face before she got I just don't know what's going through his head sometimes. Sorry, Kumiko. I know I'm always complaining to you. That's Hinoko's mom. That's your concern? Whatever. Where am I going? Down this way. That was your concern. A knife was thrown at your daughter, and the main concern that you had was what if he messed up your face? She couldn't get married then. Christ. Easy. Chocolate. I think this is the house. Clinical trial. It has now been 2 weeks since I began taking Kakura Makakura. I have observed no significant physical changes. If anything, I have been falling asleep and waking with ease. I have lucid dreams an average of once every 2 days when I do. I feel neither the passage of time nor exhaustion, which allows me to become lost in thought. However, today I was met with startling results. In my dream, there was another version of myself who spoke to me. The character etched into the stone base is indecipherable. Metal. What is that noise? That's... I don't know. It seems the residents of the town offered their old kitchen knives and other tools to the Ojizo-san so they could put to rest. That's the location. It's by a watering well and trees. Oh, it's that thing. That one I kind of didn't really catch. Like, I don't really know where that's going to be. It can't be... I don't imagine that it's too far from here. A building, a watering well, and still trees. So it's still somewhere in this area. Here? No. It is literally right here. Oh no, that's bad. Second I start dealing with 2 enemies, that's when things get rough. Gross. Let me grab this knife. Dad's old kitchen knife. Father's old tuna filleting knife. It's now completely rusty and useless. can't do anything right now. There we go. Problem solved. Head back up. So this one was really close then. So this has to be like the last chance of doing all the things. My ears were met with a soothing chime of bells upon offering the item. This should do.
来たれ我らのもとへ沈黙のもとへ私何をご神木へどういうこと
That's about the puzzle. Wait, where? Where is the shrine first? I can find it on my way up. Okay. Because I want to grab this. And of course there's more. Oh, she's just been... That's gross. I can't go there without killing this thing. This is bad. I'm getting stuck in a corner. Maybe I should have killed this thing when I got the chance. I need stamina. Come on. Gross. Oh, this is just getting sloppy. 1, 2. Gross. So, even if /1 I pick up the sacred sword, I still need to purify it. Great, I hear more. Hi, buddy. Oh, you aren't too far. You despawn. Interesting. Okay, so head up, then take the left. take the left when I can, and then keep going. Hi. They have sickles in them. Multiple. Who murdered these dolls? Because, like, I never had a reason to come back here, because, like, of course I wouldn't. So I don't know if, like, these dolls had these sickles in them on the first time through either. Praying that these Tori mean that I'm safe. At least momentarily. The sacred sword. An ancient sword that harbors a malevolent energy deep within its steel. Even if the blade chips, the mysterious power that resides in it will restore the weapon to its whole and unblemished state. While the sword is sheathed, the sacred sword will recover durability when you attack enemies using other weapons. While you cannot use the sacred sword to focus attack, your gauge will remain untouched if you attack while focusing. However, if you are attacked while in this state, you will automatically block the attack and be forced out of focus. You get a parry window? Interesting. You can perform a counter while wielding the sacred sword using R2 so long as the counter is available, even if you're already in the middle of an attack. It has unique controls. Oh, that's evil. That needs to be purified. Study the blade. She did study the blade. Problem is, this blade is cursed currently. I know I need to purify it. I do not know how. And on top of that, there's also one item that I know that I need. So there are I have two working theories. Either the Pawn by Shoe's house, or I have to go all the way back to this shrine and purify it here. On top of that, even if I do that, there is still an item that I need. 'Cause let me save. Let me save here so it's easier. Because I actually think that might be a good stopping point. Yeah, because I'm almost at 7 hours. Because... So. Ending conditions. Do not take the red capsules, purified the sacred sword, or didn't obtain it, but obtain the Agora no Hote-sama. Then, there is, didn't take the red capsules, obtain the unpurified sacred sword, So I have this condition right now. I do not trust that. I'm assuming that this is presumably the good ending, because it requires me to purify the sacred sword. I still don't know how to do it, but even if I don't do that, I still need to attain the Agara no Hote-sama, and I don't know where that is. This one is the true ending. So I'm assuming that this is the good ending, this is the bad ending, and then this is the UFO ending. What? Welcome, Alina. How was stream? Ronald McDonald Isekai. I guess that's probably the answer.
Come on.
So, I need to find the Invasion movie posters in order after listening to UFO Radio Podcast. And I didn't...
Rather cute, aren't you?
And I didn't do that condition. I did... I think I picked up 1, 3, and then 2. So I messed up the order for this. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Tiagi, as you're also just here. This is gonna suck. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do the bad ending. But at the same time, I don't know how to purify the sword. Actually, okay. I'll go back. Because it's not gonna take long to verify, like, the 2 theories that I have. And in the meantime, I get to use the cool sword. That is the important thing. Because what was that letter that Sakuko gave me? That's the one about good luck and bad luck. This is my diary, but I don't remember writing any of it. The Aaron request. Sakuko's diary. I had a strange dream. It was about a very old sword, one that was cursed, steeped in evil energy. The sword must be the source of the corrupt god's power, I'm sure of it. But because the sword itself is divine, it can't be destroyed. However, if someone were to purify it, then surely the corrupt god would be weakened. If the sword could be submerged in the elixir that exorcises evil spirits, then it could be used to sever the strings that controlled those who roam lost through the fog. To sever the strings that control those who roam lost through the fog. Submerged in the elixir that exorcises evil spirits. That has to be tied to the... Where is it? That has to be tied to the Diary of Revenge. Where is it? Going through all of these. There it is. According to the Nihon Shoki, one of Japan's most ancient history books, Yamata no Orochi, a colossal 8-headed dragon demanded to sacrifice the beautiful young girls for it to devour. Upon hearing this, the wild deity Susanoo no Mikoto brought 8 barrels of sake to the dragon and lured it into drinking them. Once Yamato no Orochi had been intoxicated, he slew the dragon by chopping off all 8 heads. And according to Ebisu-Gouka's oldest historical records, after being decapitated, one of Yamato no Orochi's heads flew far west and fell between the mountains of Higa no Kuni. The head eventually came back to life as a poisonous water dragon that plagued the land for many years to come. Higa no Kuni is known now as Ebisu-Gouka. There are records of toxic gas leaks from the underground water streams in the past. It is highly possible that this is where the legend of the poisonous water dragon stemmed from. However, while the local records state that Yamato no Orochi's head flew here, there is no mention of this in the Nihon Shoki. So, the assumption, this is not One Piece, this is just Japanese lore. Japanese lore. Japanese Shintoism. This is all stuff that's leading back. Genpei War. Okay. So where would it be? The two... War. Listen, Linty, I didn't mean it like that. My assumption is that it's here. Is that it's at Chu's house. The other assumption is that it would be either somewhere along this waterway, here, or here. That is the only 3 large bodies of water that I can think of. As for the Agara no Hote-sama, then I have no idea where it is. I could have sworn I picked it up on my first playthrough. I also could be deadly wrong. One Piece that gets his head chopped off named Orochi and he comes back to life. That's analogous to Yamato no Orochi. There's one thing I really like when it comes to Japanese media, or at least media that is made in Japan, is that they tend to go back on stories, especially many that are from the Nihon Shoki. Here's something from there. Okay. But this place isn't defined in any way, shape, or form. So then I'm going to boldly assume that I have to go all the way back to Sakuko's house closer to Rinko's. Not Sakuko's house necessarily. Sakuko's family shrine. Did one get up? No. I could have sworn I heard something. But why? Is there a murderer in the mountains? Is that why the girls went missing? Because nobody kept coming up here because of the shrines anymore, so it's not like anybody has any reason to or know. Wait. Yeah, because this is a shack that's just out here. That's bad. This is a shack that's just out here, right next to the school. There's no reason for anybody to come up here by the old shrine anymore, especially after it got struck by lightning. Shu's house is here. His closest way back to the city is... back to the town is through here. Nobody has any reason to go up into this area and check this place. I don't like that. I don't like that. That would also explain the note. Yay. Alright. Let's see what other notes I can find that makes this entire experience somehow worse. So I'm gonna at least find like a couple more. Because I don't want to step into the house. Okay. Gamer brain. If I step into the house, that's like endpoint. That is whatever ending I have, I'm locked in. That means that if they're gonna hide the Agare no Hote-sama anywhere, it has to be... the oldest Oinari-sama. Water. I've heard this water is specifically for washing and cleaning old dirty things. Let me use it. Let me use it. Please let me use it. Old dirty things. Do I have to use the sword and then put it in here? Okay. 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 That's currently my new working theory. As to where the Hagare no Ote-sama is, then I have no idea. It could be back at Sakuko's place. It's somewhere. It has to be somewhere in the village. I'm already gonna explore a lot to begin with, so I hear ya. It is radiating evil energy. I hear you. I might only have to get it down to like halfway. That's why it's such a specific conditional to regain its durability. Because I would need to hit other enemies with it. So if I can get it below 50, hang on then. Oh, it's in its own unique slot. Interesting. An ancient sword that harbors malevolent energy deep within. Even if the blade chips, the mysterious power that resides within it will restore the weapon to its whole unembellished state. Unblemished state. So I need to just get into as many fights as possible. I should be... You do not need to hurry home. I should be coming up on the park. Pipe, my friend. Can't go through here. This is still the only place that's unmarked.
ここは侵食されてない。
ありがとう。大丈夫か？子供を噛むなんて許せねえ。ただ殺してやる。早く行って。もう町に迷い込んじゃダメだよ。僕は固定機って言います。君は？私はひなこ。清水ひなこ。
そんなこともあったな。どうして今思い出すんだろうな。
While the request for emergency transport was being made, I was left alone in an examination room with the patient. During this time, he briefly regained consciousness. When I rushed over and began calling his name, he responded, Kotoyuki. So that is my name. It is not uncommon for patients with high fevers to experience disorientation. However, this young boy did not show any signs of distress. He remained expressionless, his face like an unmoving mask. His eyes were blank and glossy, not unlike those of a doll. At the very least, I did not note any of the usual symptoms of fever-induced disorientation. Immediately after, he again lost consciousness. As I did not accompany him, I do not know the details of what happened at the prefectural hospital. Although such an episode can likely be attributed to temporary disturbance in a patient's memory, as a long-practicing physician in Ebisugoka, I could not help but be reminded of the local phenomenon, the fox possession. Motherfucker. Okay. Okay. This sword needs to get purified. This sword needs to get purified. I need to figure out what the Agare no Hote-sama is, and I need to kill Kotoyuki. Jump, I dare you. Sword's still in good condition. I'm assuming I likely have to wait until she does the usual line about needing a new weapon before it'll break. Thought that was going to be much closer. Gross. Mararare, but I have no space. I have ramune. I can drink that really quick. God. That's why you were only getting the notes about the fox speaking later. Because why would you think it's not? Okay. Okay. I see. Ooh, wait. But there wouldn't be... Diary of Revenge. On the 21st, 13 Ebisugoka residents were brutally killed in broad daylight. The police department has yet to find a killer. Kinshu Paper Morning Edition, May 22nd, Meiji 13th, 1880. This was a truly horrible incident. Police investigations pulled up nothing, and construction on a large-scale dam began soon after, drawing a whole new workforce to Ebisugoka. That rapidly developed the town. Before long, everyone had forgotten about the mass murderer. I, however, have not forgotten. There is something very peculiar about this incident. According to multiple eyewitness reports, the killer was a giant of a man, over 2 meters tall, who had covered himself head to toe in tree bark and roots fashioned in a kind of armor. On top of all that, he also wore a gnome mask. He marched around town preaching the following: "You worship false idols. The foxes lead you astray. Destroy their foul statues. If reverence is not given to the divine tree, then the water dragon shall arise once more to bring calamity upon this land. The man then proceeded to butcher everyone in his path with a katana. I'd wager that the perpetrator was some kind of divine tree fanatic. The followers of the old practices, the transition of faith from the divine tree to the Inari statue is surely seen as an unforgivable act of blasphemy. It's entirely possible that the strange guise he wore was to replicate the giant monk who founded the religion in the Kamakura period. According to another eyewitness report, we also know what happened to the man in his final moments. This too, unsurprisingly, has been made out into some kind of divine happening. A thick fog swept in, and from it appeared a pack of eerily glowing foxes. They circled around the man, surrounding him, and then everything was swallowed by the fog, leaving nothing behind. What juvenile drivel. Okay. Yeah, that's where... Oh, boy, you haven't seen the pregnant one.
私の町がもう化け物の巣じゃないか。
I still need to find the Agara no Hote-sama. Do it. It's not... I can't say anything because, again, I do not understand the kink and I do not wish to know. But it's not... No, if you're... I don't know. Silent... Ooh. I didn't see you before. Silent Hill's really good at always making very disturbing enemy designs. Strict Mother's Letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. Even if you find yourself poor of pocket, you must never let yourself become poor of heart. You mustn't forget that you have inherited your father's noble blood. You must study hard and learn to be a gentleman. Do not think of yourself as a little boy, for you are simply a tiny adult waiting to grow. There will come a day when your father shall require your help, mark my words. That's to the boy. Kotoyuki. Listen, there it is. Ooh, this sucks. I want to make sure that the weapon breaks, though.
邪魔するな。お前たちの仲間にはならない。
Yeah, not great. How strong is this thing, even while broken? That's nice that it, oh my god, that it doesn't automatically... That it doesn't automatically get it out of your inventory. But I can already feel that I'm not dealing literally any damage. I'd rather... Okay. Now I run back. Yeah, no, not a great... No, not a fun enemy. Not a fun enemy to look at. So this is a very large assumption as to how this part works.
これが壊れたらどうする?
Okay, so durability at its absolute lowest. I even got the voice line. As long as I do not take the... As long as I do not put the sword away and hit another enemy with a separate weapon, then the durability should not go back up. Which means I'm in the perfect position. I'm in the perfect position to see if this is what I need to do to purify the sword. Still need to find the Agre, but like I can worry about that later. Agure. And then go straight up. How do I... How do I purify it? I've heard this water specifically for washing and cleansing old dirty things. So then I can't use it. No. Because I'm thinking wrong. I'm thinking incorrectly. I'm thinking incorrectly, but I'm thinking... Again, what did the diary say? Because it's not just water, it has to be sake. But where would be... It would be like an old distillery, wouldn't it? But then where's an old distillery in this town? It's in Sakuko's diary. Where is it? Ugh, the things I will do for a good ending. If the sword can be submerged in the elixir that exorcises evil spirits, then it can be used to sever the string. So it is not just pure water. It has to be sake. Where do I get that sake, though? If it's not in the town... It might not be in the town. I'm going to check here. If I can get there. If I can get there, I'll check. Because I still need to find Agre no Hote-sama, but I have no idea where that is. And the purification has to be done with sake. But where would I find a place that... Where is a distillery in this town? Where is an old place that makes sake? Because I don't even think I ran... It would be in... It would be by the rice fields. God damn it. So I do have to trek all the way to the other side of town. Going back to the rice fields. God damn it. I'm gonna say blame I'm gonna say blame parentheses. Thanks, Lindy. There's a knife here. Oh, cool. When did that doll get here? Swing. I dare you. There's a bunch of alcohol bottles. That's why. It would also make a lot more sense because they could be distilling their own. They could distill their own sake. They would have to, because they don't really even trade that much with people outside. So it has to be from within the own. It has to be from within the town itself. Hey, buddy. Gross. Gross. This harare that I don't need, actually. Harare is cracked as a healing item. The fact that you get more health back the more that you use it is insane. Insane. No. It's the bad type of squirting. Okay, I can save here. I'm like incredibly... That would also explain why you can go down here now. Like, I'm incredibly... Whenever it comes to games that have multiple endings... I get incredibly paranoid about making sure that I fulfill the conditions correctly. Oh, I took out 2 with that. Or Ramune. And this is still the same place that has this stupid... A woman finds her value when she is loved. Ugh. The hit stop and the sound effect on that genuinely, like, feels so good. Combat's unsatisfying. Fucking bullshit. Alright. So this is still... It's still open. And there's a light. I'm healing up before I go in here. Could I open all of these? Treasure hunt game note. Kaboom! You got blown to smithereens by my doo-doo bomb and died. Anyone with a half brain would know this would be a trap. This has to be Kodayuki. Wait, so then I thought the keys were like single use, so they're not. Like, I can use them for all of these. Yeah, you got stabbed by my doo-doo spear and died. Anyone looking around here for treasures no more than fodder for my traps. This kid. The doll's still there. You're real good at this. Not any bozo could find this one. Too bad this isn't treasure, but bonus points for trying. You were so close. Got chocolate, though. Kodayuki's house is, like, hardly touched by this stuff. This is his sister's room. Okay, that explains a bit. Kodayuki is the one who drew this. He is the one who's been doing all these drawings. I need to get out of here. The 10th. You do not need to go home this instant. If you go there now, only horrific things are gonna happen. The weapon's also white, too. It can cleave. I hate. Like, I don't think I've been this... Like, I have every inventory increase item. Like, I hear you. Where's my health looking? Hate that one. Hardly any better. Still nothing here. I must have, like, most of the notes, at least. I refuse to believe that I don't. I have to be almost finished, but I'm still missing a couple of the, letters from a strict mother. Toolkit that I'm not gonna ever use. Give me this. I stand corrected. Wait a second. Shriveled apara age, dried carcass. That's why those things are offerings. Okay. But now I'm wondering, like, the narrative connection between this town and making the, not as in, like, purely, like, plot story reasons, as much as, like, thematic reasons as to why make the town have this type of reverence for used items. Or, like, used tools and such to the point, like, beyond their functional use. Like, for everything going on with the kakura makakura, like, nesting, like, I feel like I'm in Now it's fixed? No, it's not. Still can't go here. I feel like I'm still a ways away, I'll say. Not entirely out, but I don't have everything that I could possibly... like... Oh, right, you spawn. I don't think I have exactly everything just yet. Right, because the drag itself is also an attack. Oh, this sword is strong. Okay. Good to know. Hi, baby girl. Slaying and exercising with an incredibly cursed, genuinely cursed, and super evil sword. Couldn't possibly have it any other way. I don't know how I'm supposed to purify this. I'll have one more chance, I think. Like, I'm not sure what I need remaining or where to go. Because there's certain parts of the town that's still entirely closed off right now. And I think I investigated everything that I could. That's why the treasure was in there. I can't imagine how much worse the house is going to be on the New Game Plus. Okay, that's still dead. So, I'm going to do two things. One, put a save here. That is going to be my safety save. Then, put one here. That is going to be the actual main save that I keep using. I will look a little bit more. But if I cannot find where it is right now, I might unfortunately have to go... I might unfortunately have to do next stream and do the bad ending. Because I'm making two really big assumptions, I'll say. That me being allowed to know the ending conditions means that all three, as in bad ending, good ending, and UFO ending, like those are all open to me. I'm assuming that I don't need to do another playthrough to get everything. I hate this thing so much, please. that gif of her, like that little animation of her like shadow stepping an enemy and then beating it to death with a pipe. Like I thought that was a drastic, like, I thought it was a joke. But now that I'm like actually doing it, it's really good. Like, it makes Hinako look incredibly cool.
これが壊れたらどうする？
I'm checking literally everything that I can right now. Which also means that I'm gonna have to run right past my house really quick. Oh, reliable. You'll come. But then there's still nothing here. I went everywhere that I could. So then I guess that whatever I need to do to purify the sword, I can't do right now. He has a bunch of alcohol. Even in comparison to everybody else in the entire village, he has the most just out in front. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Oh, I only have my two most iconic weapons. A very cursed and evil katana and a steel bite. Okay. This also is something genuinely important that I want to listen to again. That's why that call is weird. I think that fishing place is a front for where Hinako's dad actually accrued the debt. Slightly sick, so gotta turn in. Rest well, Linty. I hope you feel better. Probably gonna end in a sec anyway. Inari sushi. Rest well. I can at least finally drop this stuff off. then also the Yukon, because I'm not using it. Okay, so I already know how this goes. So I'll do the first sweep here, then I'll save. I hate how quiet it is. And like, I know why it's quiet and I still hate it. What's this doing here? My father had the courage to call out the town's religious group for the... Ooh, that's all the Diary of Revenge. Fate of the Apostate. My father had the courage to call out the town's religious group for the embezzlement of local taxes. He died in an accident shortly after, and those crooks claimed it as an Arisame's divine punishment. I abandoned all faith and became an atheist from that day on. I don't believe in gods or Buddha or divine punishments or stupid curses. Instead, I turned to research, and I began delving into the local history of religion and folklore. My goal was to expose their precious faith for what it really was, a bunch of wild tales crafted to suit their manipulative needs, and ultimately get my revenge. I wrote this journal like some kind of final message now due to my steady deteriorating health. From the beginning of this month, my appetite has drastically decreased. Even after 3 weeks, I still don't get hungry, and any attempts to force down food simply results in vomiting. 2 days ago, I tried to eat some rice porridge to no avail. I threw it up soon after. More concerning was that there was something moving around in my vomit. It was the larva of a locust. Yesterday, I woke in a sudden fit of choking coughs. I felt an odd squirming and scratching sensation in my throat and mouth. Turning on the lights, I spat out what I coughed up. It was a grasshopper and a cricket. Surrounding me in my bed, I found another dozen or so insects crawling on these sheets. I had coughed up all these bugs. I can't go to the doctor. If anyone were to see this, they would immediately claim it's some kind of divine punishment. I woke up again in the early hours of the morning to a painful fit of coughing and countless bugs spewing from my mouth. They came out of me and crawl up my curtains and scutter across my floor until every inch of my room is covered in a gleaming, writhing carpet. I'm nothing more than skin and bones at this point, yet my head feels bulbous and heavy. Whenever I move it, I can hear a dry chittering inside me. My head is full of them now, and maybe they're eggs. I had a headache that felt like my head was going to split open just moments ago, but it went away like it was nothing. My cough and the insects are getting progressively worse, however. I don't think I will make it through the night. I refuse to believe that this is some divine punishment for questioning the gods, though. Why is it? Who in their right mind would believe such nonsense? Christ. Like, yeah. Like, right, these were the photos. For the... Oh no, girly. That's not how I expected a Diary of Revenge to end. It's midnight and I'm awake. That means I won. Huh? My big day is tomorrow. No, the sky is becoming brighter, meaning today is tomorrow. It's my funeral today. No, my execution. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to die. Why do I have to die? You're not going to die, Hinako. You're always going to be you. Yeah, right. Sure. My name will be the same, but they're just going to slap it on some other sack of meat. You aren't a baby bird anymore, Hinako. Don't you want to spread your wings and venture out into a brand new world? Then you can go and die if you want. Don't drag me down with you. those are the two Hinakos fighting inside of her. This changed. Now it's Hinako. Why? Why is Rinko crossed out? Interesting. That means I still need to go through to get the Hinako pictures, though. The Hinako picture. Yeah. And then this is where her mother was. Those ones are stuck. If this is her parents' room, if this is her room, this has to be Junko's. It has to be. But then that still doesn't... She wasn't married. I hate the sound of the clattering, like, sake bottles. That one can't open. Also, this place is like the most actually that it feels like Silent Hill. Walking into doors, immediately checking the map, seeing that it's still closed for reasons. That one I still need the 3 things for. Oh my god. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Akuma. Let me give you a shout out. It's so funny that I said I was gonna like end like now 2 hours ago. Sometimes plans just change. You're fine. I said I was gonna end like 2 hours ago before a different friend of mine had raided in. This one I still need a medallion. 1962. Interesting. 1960. Okay, hang on. So now I'm trying to do math, because now this is where a bunch of the other stuff that I was like actually justifying the reason that I actually ended up reading my modern history. Assuming, okay, 1962, Japan, assuming that Hinako is at least 16, because I think Sakuko's probably around 14. She's at least like 13, 14. Interesting. Expedition 33 all day and then Marvel Rivals at the end. I assume you were playing the thank you update. Which is so funny that they stealth dropped it like right at the end of the Game Awards. Technically no, this is me start the game over actually. Felt like starting fresh. Oh, then that gives you all the more reason to enjoy like all the whatever the new stuff was added. Not my first time currently with F. This is the middle of the New Game Plus. Well, not really middle. Yeah, I just had to go through. I'm not gonna like this. But also, that's right, Rivals also did just have an update today. Technically yesterday. I'm not gonna like this. Because now Rogue's added, and I actually really do want to get that a shot. Hi. I owe my friend an apology because I said I was not sure. I was not sure if she was gonna be a tank or not. And then he very deservedly got a I told you so when I saw that first trailer. So like, yeah, no, she's a tank. Bless. She also looks really cool. She's gonna be paying ass and cop though. That's always the fun experience whenever a new character gets added. That's like, ah, cool. Let's see how they either completely shape or define the meta. Hi. Meanwhile, what was that? Meanwhile, I am. Oh my god. Meanwhile, I'm dealing with. Not good, not good, not good. Meanwhile, I'm dealing with dolls in incredibly tight spaces. That's why. You're just in the other room. Alright. Gives me time for candy. Thought you'd like dolls though. Not when... I'm being on my best behavior, Alina. In certain ways. These ones I would not. These ones have the same effect on me as the bobblehead nurses. In that, the symbolism behind them throws me off way too much to even potentially think of them in unbecoming ways. Chocolate. But yeah, this is pretty... Damn it. This is pretty deep in a Silent Hill for New Game Plus. Mardarade. Washing machine flyer. Be mesmerized by the swirling dance of washing water. State-of-the-art electric washing machine for the housewife who knows best. Washing machine for the future, brought to you by electronic pioneer Doranami Denki. 30,000 yen. 30,000 yen in 1962? With the normal household income? But also, again, that little thing at the end there of just like, hey, yeah, washing clothes. It's a woman's job. Knowing Hinako's dad. It's only those few enemies? Nothing here? Okay, so then what else am I have to go up to their room. Left, left, right, and then, okay. Hinako's room. Junko's bed is here, just like it was back then.
お姉ちゃんどこにいるの
What do you mean back then? Why is her bed in your room? Letter to Santa. Dear Santa, I've been a very good girl this year, and so I would like a ray gun, please. From Shimizu Hinako. There have been times when I wished from the bottom of my heart that Space Wars would continue forever. But as we grew older, the Galactic Imperium stopped sending in new forces. We're still proud members of the Space Army and will always be on standby to defend Earth. We still call each other partner like the old times. Even if our classmates laugh and say that it's lame, our space wars have yet to come to an end. That's why they keep calling each other partner. No, that's sweet. Like, that's why I can't see. That's why I don't want to see Shu as doing anything wrong in this. I can't imagine that he did something wrong in this. You know what? No, I hate you enough that you get the sword. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. I hate the way that they whine like dogs. It's so gross. Am I locked in here? There's something in the closet. No. Something ran into the closet. Picture of me. I can't remember when this was taken though.
なんか見たことある気がする。思い出せない。
Almost got me. Almost. Annoying. I'm like way too overfilled on every single... My inventory has been stacked the entire time. I hear you. I don't want to go in there. Hi. You know what? That's good because I have an ad break coming up in a couple seconds. So that gives me a good amount of time to stand up and stretch because I've been very bad about doing these breaks. I've been very bad, especially during this stream. Oh my god. Okay, actually stand up. Actually stand up. I really did not anticipate going this long. But whatever, it's fine. for my own sake, I know for an absolute fact that I cannot make it to... I can't make this a 9-hour stream, especially if I want to play Valhalla tomorrow, today, whatever. Technicalities and whatnot. Okay, breathe. Okay. I have an idea of where I can get, presumably in about the next 30 minutes. So I will do that. I will do that so that way I can actually get a modicum of sleep, presumably. And also hoping that my controller doesn't die, because I just realized how long I've been... Usually I wouldn't have to, usually I don't worry about it. Usually I don't have to worry about it. But considering the time I'll say that I'm putting into Unbeatable, my controller has been seeing a lot more use than it usually does, especially like flat out ever. It's also kind of funny, because I won't lie. Cool. Okay, this is not funny. This is not funny. I don't want to fight you here. Because I was like slightly tempted to end stream like a little bit early so I could play a little bit of Unbeatable. Like, that game has me... I hate so much about all these enemies, so much. It's so horrible. Gross. I'll play tomorrow outside of game night. I can imagine. Like, no, that game has me.
おままごとに入れてって頼んだら入れてくれなかったんだって。
あらあら、気の毒だったね。
ひなちゃんは男の子と遊んでたから女の子のお遊びには入れてあげないって言われたの。
誰そんなこと言ったの？後でお姉ちゃんが叱っとくから。
純子およし、かわいそうに男の子と遊んでただけでひどいね。
女の子嫌い。ひな子は女の子嫌だ。男の子になる。
この子はもっと小さい頃から男の子とも女の子とも遊んでたからね。
昭和って不思議な時代だよね。どうして子供の世界では男女が冷やかし合い互いに拒絶し合っているんだろう。学校でも 異性と話をしただけでバカにされたり冷やかされたり、私はそういうのが昔から理解できなくてのけ者にされてた。男子とかくれんぼしたい時もあれば、女子とお人形で遊びたい時もあった。でも男子は私を女扱いしてあんまり仲間に入れてくれなかった。女子は私が男子と遊んでるからって仲間外れにすることも多かった。お姉ちゃんはそれを「ひな子は見えている世界が違うのね」って言ってたっけ。でもそんな私にも私のことを女扱いせずに遊んでくれる初めての親友ができたんだ。
おい、それお前の人形だろ。落としてるぞ。宇宙作戦本部応答せよ。新たな巨大融合を確認。直ちに迎撃に向かう。
That, oh, okay. This is gonna be fun. The doll's here. Ugh. I think I have like 20 something hours in Unbeatable right now. That... I also did put 2 into white tape. I did put 2 into white label literally today. Which is funny because I the intent was to like start that up for the intent was to start that up like quickly so I can grab like a couple screenshots for my own brainworms. But then that devolved into me just playing a bunch of the songs in white label.
昔これで遊んでた。
I'm always alone, so I'm okay with playing by myself. That means I have the right dish and the left dish all to myself. I like to play with Kokeshi dolls a lot. I'm extra careful to share them with left Hinako and right Hinako, so it's fair to both of them. These drawings are so... It doesn't feel right. I feel like someone's watching me.
飽きそうなところがある。
I think that one went here. Still don't know who that is. That's Fox Mask. I think that's the same trick it did the first playthrough too. Between the two, I'm at 16 hours. Good for off until Thursday. I'd be right next to you. Like, because I also scales. Because I also put because I also did, what was it? Because I called it a pop-up. Because it's like a pop-up concert. Because like it was kind of last minute thing that I was just like feeling of doing. Where I went through, because I played a bunch of the songs in White Label, then I played the demo for Unbeatable again, and then the game came out. So I went through like all 3 of those just like very quickly in the span of like about, I think it was like the intent was for it to be like a 2.5 hour stream. But then that changed drastically when the game actually came out. And it was only $25. And I set aside money for it in the event that it maybe costed 40. Hi, buddy. And one of the tracks I was most excited about ended up giving me a conniption because there's a goddamn Northern Lion sample in it. If you lock in, you can do anything. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hope he plays it just to play that part. I love you, Jamie Page. Also at the same time, fuck you. I hear you. Please. Hinako's diary. Just shut up, Dad, and you too, Mom. This is my decision. No, our decision. Don't act like either of you gets to have a say in this. I won't become like you. We won't become like you. I know you have ulterior motives. I'm just a pig to you, aren't I? Fattened up and ready for the slaughter, huh? You think I could care about your money problems? Don't try to change the way we feel. Careful. I'm really not gonna like these. Cannot see bald man playing a rhythm game. But he's in it. Technically he's in it. Not only that, he also is in it with Tato. Surely that'll get, like, I'm grasping at straws, but I'll take whatever I can just so that more people are aware of and play Unbeatable. Yeah, this was the repeating room. Can't open it. It's still just... It's a room that keeps repeating in and of itself. Kakura ma kakura. I think he'd love... I think he'd love enough... Ah! I think he'd love enough plenty to say after beating it. Just can't see him considering a rhythm game. Unfortunately, that is the... I don't want to say the cost. That is routinely what happens whenever anybody hears a rhythm game and, like, they have a very... I don't want to say fixed, but, like... If you hear rhythm game and you get excited, then Unbeatable is for you. But if you hear rhythm game and you think, then it's like, that's a really uphill sell. Another bandage. Nothing that I need in here. I hear you. hate this thing. Alright. Oh, and there's multiple. Whatever. Said, even if you, the person reading this, don't like rhythm games, I strongly recommend Mutable anyways, because there is assist. There is. The assist mode does allow you to just kind of like get through. If your rhythm game, don't get excited. I wonder what's wrong with you. Honestly, same, but also.
これが壊れたらどうする
Oh my god. Honestly, Sam. Where's my chocolate? But, one, there is a beginner. There's a bunch of beginner, like, options and settings. There's the assist mode, which will play the song. There's the assist mode, which will play the song for you. Don't worry, there's still a bunch of challenge because there is a bunch of other stuff that you can do, or if you just want to enjoy the story. Like, there's a reason. No. There's nothing wrong with beginning. Without beginning, nothing ever happens.
こんな時に
Yeah, and then here's the hi, buddy. Yeah, I still need that chord. This is bird pattern.
ガスが切れてるみたいだ
It's that good. I compare its quality mouthwashing. Too. Okay, now I know definitively I can actually just dodge those traps. Toolkit. Don't think I need it, because there's still the pipe that I didn't pick up before. And I'm gonna have to walk back for it. It's side-scrolling rhythm game before it. Like song's an expert slash unbeatable now. See? It just takes a little bit of effort. And as long as you have the desire for it. Wait, is this still here? Yeah, you're cool. I like you. The giant creepy eye that keeps moving. I should leave right away. That is the one thing that still feels just like a... That feels just like a callback for Silent Hill 4. Which is bizarre. Not in a bad way, but in a I would not expect the giant head to be here. But I am also still glad that it's just here regardless. So the last thing to do is open up my room.
私の部屋
A giant blood spatter.
私の日記何か入ってる
A bird stuck in wax. That's one. Please. There we go. Okay, this is back to the normal one. So one, I can go here, then I can go here. So I have most of what I need. Connect the propane tube. Fetching key. then I can go through here, put the photo there. Oh, great. Fighting in such a tight space sucks. You ran all the way. I'd rather her still grab me than that thing. Winkle. Why is Rinko with them? I don't want to know. Yeah, because I'm still missing one. And the one I'm missing is the one from the far side one. There's also... Ooh, I'm just gonna avoid you. 1, the release sale. 2, ooh. 2, it's currently being bundled with a bunch of other games in various, like, collections and stuff. Because, like... because the game's been in development for a while, and, like, I remember... What was it? I think I played No Straight Roads last year. Yeah, I remember you. I played No Straight Roads, I think, last year, and I think that came out 2022, 2023. And even it had, like, a thing. It had a thing that was, like, a standee for, Unbeatable in the main city hub.
マジでそれ冗談だろ。
大マジ。
そんなやつ俺知らねえよ。覚えてもねえよ。第一それが急に今頃になってわけがわかんねえよな。
どうしようか。相棒はどう思う？
それはひな子が自分で考えて決めるしかねえよ。俺が口出しできることじゃねえし。
おかしいよね。それに私女扱いされるの嫌だし、相棒だって似合わないって思うでしょ。
うん。
だよね。私も似合わないって思うし。
そう決めつけるなよ。答えを急ぐな。悪い癖だぞ。もっと時間をかけてゆっくりと考えろ。心を落ち着けて静かに心の中の自分と対話しろ。
そうだな。相棒の言う通りだ。
大丈夫か？
Thank you for the
ま
follow.
た頭痛か？お前は悩み込むとすぐ頭痛に出るな。
Tension
我慢
headache.
せずに薬飲めよ。ひどくなってからじゃ遅いんだからな。
買ったやつ全然効かないんだ。
そうか。また俺が見繕ってやるから、お前の体質に合ったやつを探してみる。
ありがとう相棒。やっぱり頼りになるな。
いいか、どんな選択も焦って選んだら必ず後悔する。じっくり考えるんだ。それだけは絶対に約束しろ。
お姉ちゃんにも同じこと言われたよ。分かった、相棒。約束する。
Shu's a good guy. Nothing wrong with lurking. Yeah, no. There's... nothing wrong with lurking. I'm feeling really bad for Hinako. And this next part's not gonna be great. I still need to finish this game. It's really good. I'm going for... currently in the middle of going for New Game Plus stuff, but after... I'll say the next big scene that kind of happens, swapped it though, where it's... Genuinely, but I will say that the cultural difference in playing as a roughly 16-year-old Japanese girl in 1960s Japan might have probably influenced part of it being snubbed. Sword, scales, bird, nothing. Whoops. What is this? Sword raises itself heavenwards. The scale is now dedicated to the rising sun. The white bird took to the air and flew towards the horizon, becoming a silhouette against the setting sun. Now nothing remained upon the land. Ooh, interesting. 'Cause these changed. Let's look on a boss fight. Parents. Remake of 2, so that's my attention. The boss fight is a little... that boss fight is a little rough. I honestly really shocked that I kind of got through that relatively unscathed, but I think I was way more in tune with the combat at that point. Sword raises itself heavenward, the scale now dedicated to the rising sun. So the scales to the left, sword middle. White bird took to the air, flew towards the horizon, becoming a silhouette against the setting sun. Now nothing remained upon the land. Oh, I'm messing this up at. Why? I did this fine before. I love that. I love that design for that fight. I like all the bosses in this game, really. I love it. It's something about the combat being so heavy. I just adore. Scales now dedicated to the rising sun. So it rises. Rises in the west, that's in the east. Wait. Becoming a silhouette against the setting sun. That means it would be the blackbird? This is confusing me. It's only 3 a.m. Good night. Rest well, and thank you for stopping by. Oh, I go by they, them. Thank you for asking. sword raises itself heavensward, the scales now dedicated to the rising sun. Now go, Whitebird, fly away, never come back. The Whitebird took to the air and flew towards the horizon, becoming a silhouette against the setting sun. Now nothing remained upon the land. Sword raises itself heavensward, the scales now dedicated to the rising sun. The white bird took to the air and flew towards the horizon, becoming a silhouette against the setting sun. Now nothing remained upon the land. So no fox. Has to be swords. Scales now dedicated to the rising sun. Flew towards the horizon, becoming a silhouette against the setting sun. So what, these two go here? No. Now nothing remained upon the land. What am I not getting? I was not anticipating these, like, changing the puzzles this significantly. I thought it would just make it easier. Like, I thought it would explain the solution easier. Why is it highlighting these, though? Okay, I'm going to make, like, two assumptions. I'm gonna lose it. The sword raises itself heavensward, the scales now dedicated to the rising sun. Scales now dedicated towards the rising sun. I was stupid. Alright. This is the part I was waiting for, like, literally the entire game. Pine Tree Emblem.
シュウ君が来てるって言ってるでしょ。
相棒、調子はどうだ？
調子って？私、調子悪くないよ。
最近学校でも上の空じゃないか。俺たちが話しかけてもぼんやりしてるし、悩みすぎてまた頭痛がひどくなってるんじゃないかって思ってさ。
全然。
そうか。
うん。心配しすぎだよ。ごめんね。お手洗い行ってくるね。
あ、うん。ひな子のお母さん言ってたな。最近隠れて何かを読んでいるって。これがそうなのか。ごめん。タンスの裏に何か見えたんで。
読んだ？
え？
何も読んでないよね。忘れて。週には関係ないから。
何も読んでないよ。というか字なんて何も。
ごめん。帰ってもらっていい？今日は体調が悪いの。
お前さ、
帰って。
わかった。また明日。
You have to be...
私おかしいのかな。心がね、自分でも不安になるくらいにすごく大きく早くおかしくなっていくの。咲子に聞いたらそれは恋なんじゃないかって言うんだけれど、本当にそうなのかな。私が想像していた恋っていうのはもっともっとじっくり温かで酸っぱいんだけれど、ほんのり甘くてくすぐったくて、そういうものだと思ってた。でもね、今の私はそれとは全然違う。これは温かで酸っぱくて甘いんだけれど、まるで誰かに足をつかまれて沼の底に無理やり引きずり込まれるような、そんな感じなの。とても心地いいよ。でもね、なぜかずっと心のどこかで怖さも覚えているの。これは本当に恋なのかな。私だけが特別なのかな。あなたはどう思う？ねえねえ。いや、わからない。でも一つだけわかるよ。あなたのその気持ちは多分週に感じたものとは全く別の、全く異形の何か。私とあなた、どちらもひな子だけれど、きっとどちらかが間違っている。お願い。もし私が間違っていたなら、私を殺して、ねえ解放して。さもなきゃ私があんたを殺すから。
We've always had this unspoken rule that we shouldn't view each other as boys and girls, so we always called each other partner growing up. But with time, our bodies slowly developed into that which we rejected. If I start viewing Shu as the man he's growing into, I feel like our precious relationship will come to an end, and the thought of losing him absolutely petrifies me. Shu is probably also starting to have the same thoughts as me, but he still treats me as his partner. I swear that I want to stay by Shu's side as his partner, and not in a romantic way either. But at the same time, there's some strange part of me that wants him to acknowledge me as a girl. I once went to see Junko in the hospital when she was pregnant. Her morning sickness was so bad that all she could manage between vomiting was groaning. Her hands were rough and chapped, and her face looked as though she had aged decades overnight. When I saw her like that, it was as if the sister I adored had disappeared. This is what marriage does to a woman. It makes you end up like Junko, like Mom. I... Ugh. Ugh. I... That's gonna... cool. That's fun. That's gonna sit with me for a bit. Cool. 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 I... like... Unbeatable makes me happy in a, like, unprecedented level of joy that it can make me feel. But at the same time, Silent Hill F makes me... it makes my body feel like it is exploding from the inside out. And I like that feeling. I like that I can have that feeling, but oh god, does that suck. Like, it feels great. Either way, that's... I have to, because there's no way I'm finishing that boss fight in 15 minutes. This game's great. It makes me feel awful. But let me rate out and leave you in very good hands. Because somebody I know is doing a really nice charity stream. And I want to support her. This game's great. This game's great. It makes me feel like shit. Yeah, I'm rating into Tiagi. Jesus. Either way. Christ. That is... that is a painful experience. I'm dropping the link to the Discord. There it is. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. God. Thank you, Alina. Thank you, Chaos Akuma, for the raid. Please play Unbeatable. That's all that I can really say. Please play Unbeatable. Silent Hill F is a really good game. It's making... it's reminding me that I have certain emotions that I remember not liking for reasons. Damn. Yes. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning and your night, no matter when you're watching this. Unfortunately, the Atelier is closed, but I can at least leave you in a very kind and funny capybara's hands. So yeah. Good night. And make sure wave to her for me, please.